All right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the late shift and welcome to 2026. All right. I hope everybody had a fantastic New Year's Eve. We were pretty low key around here. Echo, echo, he says. Well, let's see if we can fix that. What do I have that is echoing? Boy, I don't see anything that's echoing. Is it still echoing? Hey, Jason. Oh, so we're all right, Bill? All right. You had me worried there, buddy. All right. I'm glad it sounds good out there. But yeah, we had a pretty low key New Year's Eve around here. We did watch the final episode of Stranger Things, like I think most people did at some point. We also watched some other movies and we just kind of hung out. We didn't get too crazy. Oh, I did open a bottle of Eagle Rare, though. I mean, it is New Year's Eve, so it seemed like an appropriate event to do so. But yeah, we just hung out. We made it to midnight, and then we cashed it in. We shut her down. But all in all, it was a good night. But hope you guys had a good night as well. Hope everybody was safe. Everybody had fun, all that good stuff. Everyone's ready for an exciting new year. Tell you, I've been outside. The weather's been great here, but my allergies, over the winter, I usually stop taking an allergy pill just because I don't need it as much. And my thought is, it'll be more effective if I only take it when I need it. Ham radio tube. Yeah, I did not get there. That's good point, Mike. I didn't make it. Might have had something to do with that bottle of Eagle Rare I opened up, but I'm going to plead the fifth on that the rest of the way. But all right. Nice to see you out there, Mike. Let me get through a couple of housekeeping items here real quick. First of all, I haven't seen Paul out there yet, but my buddy Paul, Prep Ham Paul, sent me out a new t-shirt. So thank you, Paul. I'm proud to be a member of the Rag Chew crew. I appreciate the t-shirt. Thank you, buddy. Thought I'd wear it tonight and show it off for folks. Let's see. Mike, ooh, that's a fine way to ring in the new year as well. Some is that single barrel or small batch? Feels like you might be conflating a couple there. 4 roses of any type are good, though. Those are all good. Yeah, that's good stuff. Hey, Wes, welcome. Sean, welcome. Yeah, it's all good. That's all that matters. If it's 4 roses, it's good. Certainly. Well, let me just mention a couple of these things like I always do. I'll mention the community list here. At the last check, an hour or so ago before the stream started, I was 315 channel subscribers away from hitting 5,000. And for those of you who have been paying attention, I'm going to be doing a nice channel giveaway at 5,000 subscribers. And I'll be giving away at least one radio, at least one EmComm IC2730B. I've got some elk antennas I'm going to be giving away, some Meshtastic goodies, the kind of stuff you guys normally see on the channel. So lots of good stuff there, but you got to be on the community list to be entered for the giveaway. So if you're not signed up, hit that URL and get yourself signed up. And then the other thing I'll mention real quick here is my link tree, bitsy/dr And that'll get you to channel merch, discount codes, affiliate links, curated Amazon stores, lots of different ways to support the channel if that's something you would like to do. And speaking of supporting the channel, I want to say a special hello to all those in green out in the chat. Thank you. Thank you for being channel members. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate you all. All right. Yeah, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. No problem, Bill. Thanks for posting those. 45 auto. You're getting close there, 45. You're getting close. And that's impressive with 0 videos. I gotta commend the progress without effort. That's often overlooked. All right, let's see here. I've got a few things to talk about tonight in this and that. Not too many, but let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and get that started here. And I have to start with this. So you guys may recall, if you were here last week, we shut it down a little early. We shut it down at midnight or thereabouts because we had a POTA planned for the following day. So a bunch of us went out to Lake Ray Roberts, did a POTA. Our buddy Mike, N2MAK, was in town. And as you might suspect from that photo, he had his first successful satellite contact. So it was an SO50 pass. He got 2 contacts, and he was pretty pumped. So I was excited too. I was happy he was able to make that happen. The other thing he had mentioned is that that was his last goal. He sets a bunch of ham radio goals at the beginning of each year, and that was his last goal for 2025. And I mean, he squeaked it in under the wire, but he got it done. So he did a great job. It was also kind of cool. I don't recall who his first contact was. His second contact was with W4KSY, a fella named Terry, really great satellite operator, and was my very first contact that I ever made on the satellites. And so it was cool that Mike was able to make a contact with Terry in his first successful pass as well. So that was great. I thought that was pretty cool. All right, Roger, welcome. Nice to see you out there. 45, I saw you snuck in there. I caught your comment earlier. Radio, WTF Radio, welcome. I think I caught everybody. I think I'm caught up. It's nice to see you all out there. But yeah, so we had a good time. We had a small crew, but we had a good crew out there. We had a bunch of folks that you guys would certainly know from the chat and this stream and other streams. So it was a nice day. It was a great POTA event. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely a great day. Couple other things. You guys may have seen a really short, I intended it to be a short, but it actually turned out being a video. It was 3 minutes and 1 second. If it's 3 minutes or less, they classify it as a short. But when it rendered, I thought it was 2 minutes and 59 seconds, but when it rendered, it actually hit 3:01, and I didn't notice that when I first uploaded it. But anyhow, short video where I am in the process of rebuilding my DX Commander. So I had it up for a couple of years. It was working great. Love that antenna. And then several months ago, it's embarrassing to say how many months ago, so I won't. It was a long time ago. The mast snapped, and it was in one of the windstorms that we had earlier in the year. The mast snapped, and for one reason or another, it just wasn't kind of the high priority. I have another antenna set up. I'm able to just switch over to the other antenna and keep right on chugging. And I just hadn't gotten out there. Just to give you an idea how long ago it's been, it was hot. It was real hot when it happened. So, working on antennas in the Texas heat isn't one of my favorite things. So I just left it set for a while. But we've been having some great weather. So I got out there and, I decided I'm going to get this thing back up and running. I have another DX Commander mast. So I was just going to pull everything out, see what kind of condition it was in, hopefully be able to use a bunch of those parts and get that thing back on the air. And this is what I had waiting for me when I got out to the kind of business end of this antenna here. A bunch of fire ants had built a mound around and kind of through the base of the antenna. So I was not really excited to see that. I don't know if you guys know what fire ants are like in Texas, but they are not to be trifled with. They are nasty. But the good news is, yeah, exactly, run. The good news is, it's been kind of colder in the evenings, and, ants will usually retreat when it gets too cold, and then they come out when it gets warm. So they were out and about, but they weren't like in their normal fever pitch mode. So I got a big old pair of gloves and started rescuing that thing. You can see I've got a bunch of ground radials tied into that, and those ground radials have been down for 2 years, so they're buried. You're not pulling those ground radials up. So you have to get in there and basically disconnect every single one of those ground lugs completely around the antenna to get that thing dislodged from its spot. I was never so happy that those are spade connectors, and that I didn't take my initial thought back when I built this thing and put ring connectors on it, because I didn't have to take those wing nuts the whole way off. I just had to loosen them, pop those wires off, and then I could skedaddle out of there. But yeah, they are super aggressive. You're not kidding, 45. But I got it out, and I got it taken apart. I got it all disassembled, and go out there and check out that 3-minute video. I was surprised at how, a lot of those parts and pieces, they don't look good because they're all faded, but there's nothing wrong with them. They're still serviceable. You can still use those things. He's got these kind of big, really large, calling them a zip tie really doesn't do them justice, but it's a zip tie type of scenario, but they're probably 1/2 inch wide. I think the newest ones have like a tab on them that you can turn. The one I have is a little bit older model. You have to put a wrench or a socket on them and turn them. Wrench actually works better because if you put a socket on it, you'll round it off. But those things are still good. I figured everything would be brittle. Those things are still pliable. I didn't crack a single one of them. I was really amazed. The shock cord and the, the little hooks that come with the shock cord. First of all, the shock cord is all still good. It's not stretched out. It's not, you know, I thought it might be, kind of UV junk at that point, but it doesn't appear that the UV, that stuff has got to be UV resistant, because it was just as good as the day I put it up. All the hooks are white from being bleached out in the sun, but I was really impressed. And then, of course, those that radiating disc and the ground plane disc, those are all stainless steel, and all the hardware is stainless steel. I mean, this, is a very long-winded way of saying Callum picks only the best parts for his antennas. I'm just amazed. It's super impressed. I'm going to be taking that older mast. I had a second mast I was using to hold up an inverted L 80-meter element. I mean, that thing looks nasty, but it's all in one piece. It's been aged. But I'm going to be using that and stringing this thing back up this weekend. We'll get it back on the air. So that was fun. And something I've been meaning to do for a long time, and it's nice when you actually get to do one of those things. Hey, something else I wanted to point out. On RS40S, there is a SSTV event going on. And, I'm not sure how they do this. They must have a way to push these images up from their control station, their ground station, because the number of SSTV images that they broadcast from this satellite is really pretty amazing. And they started a new event. It was in December 28th, so a couple of days after our last meeting here on the late shift. And this runs through sometime in January. They didn't say exactly. It may even be done. I'm not sure. But I wanted to get this satellite on your radar because they are frequently doing SSTV events here. And I think they may have even said, oh, maybe it was not in this. Yeah, it must have been in a different, in something different. They were talking about the February event. So they've got another event coming up soon. But, I mean, this one here had a bunch of space pictures that were drawn by kids. Just a bunch of great images. Now, these aren't ones that I captured. I saw this just yesterday, so I was coming to it late as well. But lots of great images up there. Pretty cool stuff. They had a Happy New Year one up there as well. So if you enjoy doing SSTV, you really need to add this satellite to your rotation, add it to your ISS detector. And it's pretty good. Another one, and we've talked about this one before. This one had some fun Christmas images up on it as well, RS74. So make sure you add those to your ISS detector. Let's see. Arnie, welcome out there. Thank you for the Happy New Year's from Mississippi. Good to see you out there. Chris, nice to see you out there as well. Welcome, John. Hey, it's nice to see everybody joining out there. Let's see. I've got just a couple other items here. Let's see. Little TinyGS update I wanted to share here. They talk, don't worry about the pictures here. I think the big news in this is that they've eliminated the need to use Telegram for setting up the TinyGS. So that was always a head scratcher for me. So I'm hoping that lowers the barrier of entry for some folks, and some folks who maybe said, I'm not messing with Telegram, would be more interested in doing it if that was holding them back. So that was some good news. And this here is just, these pictures are just talking about the alias. We talked about that last week, how you set your alias, and how you can also invite people through the TinyGS console. So there's no real news there on that one. But while we're talking TinyGS, and this is not going to show very well, daggone it, let me see here. Let me switch over. And I seem to have a scene that's kind of funky looking. Let me see if I can't get this squared away real quick. All right, let's see. Seems I must have screwed something up somewhere along the way here. Here, we can make it work here though. What I wanted to share with you guys is right here, our buddy Wes, KQ4 WES, he took some initiative here. I wanted to thank him for it and call it out and make sure the community is aware of this. This is good work, Wes. I appreciate you doing this. I'm sure others will appreciate it as well. But it's kq4wes.blogspot.com. Go out there and check out his blog. And he put together an article here to, last week we talked about, adding some additional frequencies to TinyGS. And he put together a really nice article here with a lot of great information about which radios you can get your hands on so that you can actually receive the 137 megahertz satellites. So lots of good stuff out here. Again, great job, Wes. I love it when I see people in the community doing this kind of thing. Similar to Tim putting together that frequency chart. I think this is just another great example of some of the great folks we have in the community. So you guys check this out if you're interested in how you get a 137 megahertz receiver up for TinyGS. Now he also has a link tree in here and tells you exactly which device to get your hands on. And it's tough right now. I did a bunch of searching over the last several days to try to find maybe some alternative radios that you might be able to use for 137 megahertz. And the key is you've got to have this specific LoRa chip. It's a LoRa chip. What is it? It's ST1278 that has the frequency range that will actually go down to 137 megahertz. Many of them won't. And it's hard to find a radio that will actually work, that's not discontinued or that's not unavailable right now. So this is one you can get your hands on. It is a LilyGo, and you can go to the LilyGo website and find it. And that's what this link will do. It'll get you out to the LilyGo site and you'll be able to get it there. If that's something you're interested in doing, go out here on, this is the bitsy/dr link tree. And if you go out here and look, you can get an affiliate link here for LilyGo. And on some products, now they change this off and on some products you'll have a discount, in other cases you won't. So I just mentioned that so you can check it out. And see if that can maybe benefit you if you're interested in putting up a 137 megahertz radio. Let's see. Wes, they don't have filters. Yeah, I noticed that as well. And so I went out looking, and I don't think I've got it tagged up here. I found a couple of other blog posts on how to build a 137 megahertz bandpass filter. And so I'm going to try to build one of those bandpass filters. It's pretty simple. It's a couple capacitors, couple resistors. There's not a lot to it, right? There's 4 to 6 components, and there's a lot to learn about. There's a lot to learn about RF by doing a little project like that. The blog post, and I'll put the blog post in the description, but it talks about RF shielding for those components. There's a lot of interesting stuff in that. So I think that'll be a fun project here. Let's see here. But yeah, certainly check out the blog post here. There's a lot of great information. A lot of good stuff there. All right. Now here's what we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about 2026 and the events that I've got on the calendar for 2026. So these are a combination of Hamfests, and a lot of them are Hamfests, but there's also some things like Winter Field Day, we've got our national park trip that we've been doing here for a couple of years. I joined a couple of years ago. Some folks have been going even longer than that. But I thought you guys might be interested in seeing what I've got coming up for 2026. When you start putting this stuff on a calendar, it's kind of amazing, actually, when you see how much travel that a bunch of folks do, related to ham radio, and it's a blast. I mean, it is a lot of fun, and these are things that certainly give me great ideas and content to share with you guys. Now, I don't necessarily do a lot of the same types of videos that others do around some of these Hamfests. I don't think that's what you guys are looking to me for anyhow, but I always seem to find a few things there that I think the community here and the audience will enjoy. So, but the other thing is I just want to highlight some of these and see if maybe we can, if we have any overlap in our plans, right? If you guys have Hamfests that you're going to, that might be the same ones, or activities that you're going to that I might be going to as well. It'd be great to meet some of you folks that I've not yet met. Let's see, John, buying a new house. Whew. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's always, to me, it's kind of fun trying to figure out what you're going to do in a brand new space. There's so many options out there. John, I hope you're looking forward to it. I hope you're looking at this as an adventure and not kind of a drag. But, it's exciting when you're moving into a new space. Let's see. So it's nice. You'll have a big yard, but you don't have a lot of structure in the new place. Yeah, so you're going to need some support. You're going to have to go with something that gives you some support. Well, I don't know if you've looked at, we talked a little bit about the DX Commander. I mean, I have been thoroughly impressed with that antenna. Comparatively speaking, it's not an expensive antenna, and I know that's relative for everybody, but when you start to look at what multi-band HF antennas cost, the DX Commander is a steal as far as I'm concerned. And, you can stand that thing up and guy it up, and you don't need some sort of external support for it. So if that's not on your list, John, I recommend that you at least take a peek at it. Yeah, the Signature 9 is nice. Hey, Tim, good to see you out there. But, if I'm going to put up kind of my permanent antenna, I don't mind putting up the guy wires and, doing a little bit more if it gives me better performance. And, does it? I don't know. It's probably arguable, but I would bet if you ask Callum, he would probably tell you it does. Dawn's has been up for 6 years. Nice. Yeah, Dawn, I've snapped 2 masts in the time that I've had mine up, but I really believe so. I had the primary mast. I had a secondary mast that was also guide and supported. I leaned it into the trees, so it had like higher up. It had some support within the tree branches, but I also had it guide out, and that was just supporting the top end of the inverted L for 80 meters. And I just feel like having that additional attachment point out there probably just added to the stress when that thing's whipping around, when we have some of those crazy wind events around here. Let's see. Oh, nice, Gray Man. 5 years with no guy wires. That's pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. Wow. 85 mile an hour straight winds. Yeah, I had mine guide out pretty well. I had it guide at 2 different levels. I had it guide at the bottom and then further up. So I had it guide at the second plate, or the first plate, the first white plate, the round plate, and then the second plate. And that sucker snapped. Wow. KN4RAY, good experience there as well. So, John, I think you'll easily find testimonials. So you might want to, like I said, put it on your list and at least check it out. You owe it to yourself to check it out. All right, let's talk a little bit about the schedule here for the year. My first Hamfest of the year is always a local one, which is kind of nice. I've got the Cowtown Hamfest coming up. This is a Friday and Saturday Hamfest. It's a local event. Let's see. It's a decent little Hamfest. They always have some good educational programs. There's always a pretty good turnout there. I think I put some notes in here so I could remember to talk about it. I'm only going to be there on Saturday. By the time I finish up work on Friday, I just don't feel like driving over there. I've never went over on Friday, but I'll be over there when it opens on Saturday, and I'll be working the AMSAT booth again this year. So I'll be, volunteering with the AMSAT team. And if you guys are familiar with the Cowtown, the AMSAT booth is always kind of way against the back wall, pushed up on the platform. So if you folks are headed to Cowtown, you will find me there on Saturday. I know Paul goes to that. We have a bunch of the local guys that go to that. I usually see Paul there. He sometimes has a table. I'll see Frank there occasionally. Jason's been out there before. Who else do I see out there? I always see a group. I see the Shreveport Club out there a lot. Those guys drive in for that one. That's another Hamfest that I enjoy, but I don't get to go to very often, just because it happens the weekend before Huntsville. But it's always nice to see those guys out there. KB5 MIQ Big Boy. If you guys have watched his channel, he's usually out there. So it's always good to see him. He is a good fella. So if if you've never been to Cowtown and you're within driving distance, it's worth a trip over. Like I said, they do have some training, and they usually have some really good training as well. We've got some pretty accomplished hams here in the DFW area, and some that are involved with some pretty large ham radio programs. And a lot of those folks do some training here. So I was looking to see if they've got, let's see what kind of presentations they have listed here. See if they've got anything out there yet. Let's see here. My buddy Tom's going to be doing a satellite presentation. I usually do some demos while I'm there, so that'll be on Saturday. Let's see who else is out there. We got some Racy's classes. Steve Lott, he's the ARRL section manager for our area. I always see Steve out there. He always visits all the local Hamfests. So these will flesh out and fill out probably a little bit more over the next several days as well. All right, let's see. So that's Cowtown. And then that's followed right behind, that's right behind Winter Field Day. And so Winter Field Day this year, we've got a group that's going to be going to Galveston. Hey, Mike, I'm going to go for that one. And that's likely a case where I'll go down on Thursday and just hang out on Friday. And then we usually will operate pretty hard on Saturday. And then, we're a little less ambitious on Sunday, and that's when I've got to head back myself. So, but we usually, we'll have a good crew that's out operating for Winter Field Day as well, and that'll be down at the I forget what the name of that park is. It's right there. It's right there on the water at Galveston. Let's see here, January 24th and 25th. And, I'm sure we'll go through, there'll be a bunch of folks talking about any rule changes, those types of things beforehand. You can, all the normal Winter Field Day stuff. I'm not going to go into detail on that, or else we'd be here forever. But we always talk about those in detail as we get closer. So that's January. So Cowtown and Winter Field Day. And then we run into February, and of course, February is the start of the ham radio calendar for a lot of folks, and that's Hamcation. And someone had said something about this earlier, late last year, a few months ago, that, and they were absolutely right. Hamcation runs through Valentine's Day this year. So good luck out there to you hams who might have some trouble there. Oh, did I miss one? I don't think I did. Did I? Did I miss one? I don't think I did. When is... Yeah, that's in March. I just got things out of order. Here we go. So I really enjoy Hamcation. We've got a group that will be camping right there on the grounds. We did that last year. It was a blast. There's a lot of folks that stay at some of the local hotels, but you know, there's a pretty good crew that camps right there on site as well. But and again, we'll talk about all of these events in detail as they get closer. But just walking through so everybody has an idea of what's going on. Tim, your comment caught my eye in mid-sentence there. I got to remember to get these things out there. There we go. That deserves being shared out there, Tim. Tim says my wife will be perfectly fine with me being gone. Let's see. Roger. Hey, Roger. We talked to Roger on the radio at that POTA that we talked about earlier in the show. It was good to get you in the logbook there, Roger. He says, I prefer to think of February 14th as the birthday of 1911. It's the day, of the Pew Pew. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that's worthy. I didn't know that. That's a nice fun fact. Thanks for sharing that, Roger. The 1911. Yeah, that's it. It took me a minute, but I got there. And you know, I can probably stir some things up, right? The 1911 only comes in one caliber. I'll just say that and drop that out there and you guys can enjoy. All right. So that's February. So February's big event is Hamcation. All right, then we move on to March. And in March, I've got another local Hamfest that I like to go to. It's the Irving Hamfest. And this is over at a little place called Betcha Bingo. And it's in Irving. Go figure. The Irving Hamfest. And this is another event where I work the AMSAT table with the AMSAT crew, Tom and a bunch of other folks. So this is always a fun one. It's a nice local event. They always have some good door prizes. It looks like they've already established. They've got the FT710, the AESS version. So that'll be a nice door prize. And this is a you gotta be there door prize, and that's the way that Cowtown is. That's the way a lot of local ones are, and you know, in my mind, that's as it should be. You should be there to pick up your prize and take it home. There you go, Gray Man. Looks like we've got a bunch of purists here. I don't see anybody disputing it, so I thought we might have some detractors there. I thought we might have some fans of other calibers, but that's all right. We got a lot of smart people here. I'm not surprised. All right. And then I'm adding a new event, and Bricker, this is your fault. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm going to be attending HamSci this year, and this is up in Newington. So this is up at the ARRL headquarters. And that was really what I've always thought about going. I thought it'd be interesting to go to this event. And this year, since they have it, you know, basically up at the ARRL campus. And since I've never been there, I had to get it on the calendar. So I'm looking forward to doing that this year. And we've talked about this a little bit on the program here as well. So that's my March. And you guys will start to see a theme. There's essentially kind of a big event just about every month here. All right, we head into April. In Texas here, we have another nice event called the Belton Ham Expo. This happens twice a year, spring and fall. This is the spring edition. And let's see here. I don't think they've got the Ham Expo detail out here, but it happens on a very regular pace, so you always know when it's going to be. And this is an event where it's nice if you can get out there on Thursday, but certainly if you can get out there early on Friday. There's a good group that goes out Friday, kind of the day before. Everybody goes out to dinner. Everyone kind of hangs out, tailgates in the parking lot. This is a fun event. I enjoy this event. And then, you know, the Hamfest itself doesn't take long at all. It's a couple hours in the morning, and then I can turn around and boogie home. Let's see. I don't have accommodations yet, Chris. I haven't got quite that far yet. So, Jason goes to this every year, so I have talked to him about it, and I let him know that I'm going to be going this year, but we haven't talked logistics at all. Let's see. Yeah, once I've got some idea what's going on there, Chris, I will let you know what's going on. Let's see here. You know what? 45. Let's talk about Houston for a minute. This one, Houston's one that I always see. I always think about too late, and I don't know if it's right. If it's kind of up against Hamcation. Do you know? I tell you what. Let's just do a search. I don't know when it is. I'm assuming it's the Greater Houston Hamfest here. February 20, noon to 6. So it's the 20th and the 21st. So it is the week after I get back from Hamcation. Yeah, this one's a little tough for me. I should try to work it in at some juncture. I don't think this is the year for me to try to do that. And I'll explain why here as we get through the calendar. I've added some trips already, or some events that are some bigger trips. So, tell you what, I am going to add it here just so I know when it is, in case something else changes. But when you start looking at the number of days that I'm going to be out of town here, they start to add up. So I think that's why I've generally not had this one on my list. Let's see. Dawn, did I get anything from Gigaparts yet? No, I have not. I am still waiting for my 3D printer. Yes, I did buy a 3D printer on that last Gigaparts stream. I also bought, what else did I buy? I bought some other kind of small items. I got an email right? That 3D printer is back ordered. Some of the filament is back ordered. So I got an email like the next day that essentially said they were going to send everything out, I think, once they kind of get it all together, which is fine with me. I don't have anything I was like needing in my hot little hand immediately. And, you know, I know that helps them out shipping wise. And I'm sure if I would call up and say, hey, I really needed this piece, I don't want to wait 2 or 4 weeks, whatever it's going to be for the printer to come in. I'm sure we could work something out there, but yeah, I did not get anything in yet, and I don't expect to for at least 2 to 4 weeks. Hey, Paul, welcome. You missed my thank you a little bit earlier, but I'll hit you again. Thank you for the shirt. I've got my Rag Chew Crew shirt on that you sent me last week. Thank you again. Who else do we have out here? Dawn says Hamcation is too far of a drive. Houston's about as far as you'll drive, 45. Yeah, I would like to work that one in at some point, but yeah, the printer was back ordered. The printer I ordered was back ordered. Oh gosh, you know, this was an impulse buy, Wes. You know, I caved to the peer pressure. Not that much, really. I had, you know, I'd been considering it, thinking about it, off and on. Usually, just about every time that stream comes up, I think about it, I consider it. But, you know, everybody was kind of talking about it. My big thing was I didn't quite know where I was going to put it, but I made some space and I've got a good spot for it now. So I went ahead and pulled the trigger. So it is the Bambu something or other. Let me see. Well, let's just pull it up. I'll show you which one I got. I think it's a P1. Is that it? P1S Combo. This is one I got right here with the AMS2. What did I get that for? I don't recall. I think it was like $100 less than that. It was right around $100 less than that. So, Paul, that's what you have. Nice. Yeah, I mean, everything I had read said that the P1S was kind of the sweet spot in terms of features for price. You know, they obviously have some bigger units that are more expensive. But, you know, for what I'm expecting to use it for, and all the reviews that I read, they said this was kind of the sweet spot. This was really the one that gives you the most bang for the buck feature functionality wise. So hopefully that's the case. I did get some filament, Sean. I got a bunch of different kinds. I got some PETG, I got some PLA, I got some other exotic stuff too, some carbon fiber stuff. I want to just play with a bunch of different things. I don't even know if I've got all the accessories that I need for all of those, but it seemed like they had some pretty good deals on the filament, so I just bought, you know, a myriad of different filaments to start playing. Right, this is my first one, so, you know, I'm going to do a lot of playing. All right, let's see. Oh, so Big Jeem said that's it. Yeah, so, and I know he's had several, so that's probably a pretty good indicator right there. What am I printing first? I'm going to print me a whole bunch of elk antenna handles. And I'm going to try them in some different materials. Kyle printed some for me. I've got a couple for my channel giveaway to go with the elk antennas. But I'd like to just have a whole slew of them here. Those seem like some good giveaway items to just have on hand whenever the mood strikes. Yeah, that's what I figured, Grayman. I figured I might need a different nozzle. I've got a lot of edumacation to go through, certainly. Because I really don't know all that much about 3D printers. So, but I'm diving in. That's the way you do it. All right, let me try to get through. Let's see, we're up to April. So we talked about Belton. Dawn, sorry to see that you didn't see anyone out there the last time you went. Hopefully we'll have a better experience this time. We'll get some people out there. This one can be tough for me. This one, I'm going to try to at least to get to one of these this year. You can see that this one butts right up against More Expo. And I try not to do back-to-back events. So we'll see how this one goes. But if I don't go to this one, then I'll go to the one in September. But if I don't go, it's only because, again, I try not to butt up against, 2 weekends in a row. And then, the following weekend, I've got a bigger trip. This is out to Missouri. And this is for the More Expo. And I've been out there a couple of years now, and this will be my 3rd year going out. And I always have a great time. It's a great group that we got going out there. Grayman's part of that group. Bill's part of that group. We have just a great time. Freddie Mac, I didn't see Freddie tonight. I don't think I did. But Freddie's part of that group. And we just have a really great time. It's so much fun. And, it's a camp on site kind of deal. So we all take our tents or our pop-ups. I know, Paul took his rooftop tent last year. I don't know if he's doing that again this year or what his plan is, but we usually have a bunch of tents out there. A bunch of guys bring gazelles. I take one of my tents. I'm not a gazelle guy yet. I've got more backpacking style tents. They're big tents, but they're part of my deal is when I'm bumming a ride with Jason or anybody else, I always try to pack as small as I can. And so, if you guys aren't familiar, those gazelle tents are really cool, but boy, they're pretty big. They're pretty bulky. They take up a lot of room. And I'd feel guilty taking up that much room, when I'm bumming a ride. Let's see here. Dawn says, I got my eggnog working and now I'm up over 800 packets a day without. Wow. Found the coax dropped off the antenna. I'm surprised you were making you were getting any packets at all, Dawn, because you were getting a few. I mean, that's amazing. Let's see, Bill, as you learn 3D printing, don't overthink what anyone says is a problem. Okay. We'll have to talk some more about that. That's the other thing that's great is, I've got so many buddies that are, already knee deep into 3D printing land. It's great. I've got lots of Elmers to learn from. Let's see. Wes is using a 3D printed QFH for the TinyGS. I would like to do that too. That sounds like a great project. Oh, I see, Dawn. I forgot you had 2 of them set up there. I got you now. Jason's truck already looks like the Beverly Hillbillies. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if I don't take as much stuff as Frank, then I can, I can rib Frank about it. So, that's another thing. I've got to keep the upper hand on Frank there. Yeah, please do, Wes. I appreciate that. I would like, that's certainly something I'll print and try. Let's see. John says, I need to get another satellite antenna. The Arrow's a little heavy. John, that ARRL one is less than 1.5 pounds. It's lighter than the Elk, and it's certainly lighter than the Arrow. So if lightweight is really what you need, or, you could always, I don't know if you've got a mast, if you've got a tripod or something that you might be able to use to help support that. That's an idea. Now you can also see, on the Elk antenna, if you look at the video I've got pinned at the top of my page where Trina makes her first satellite contact, I took a piece of PVC and I connected it to that antenna and used it as a monopod because it was too heavy for her to hold through a 12-minute pass. So that's another option too, John. So you can check that out as well. All right, let's see. So yeah, looking forward to more expo. That's not ham radio per se, but we try to spread the gospel of ham radio while we're there. And, we're all into camping or overlanding to some extent. So it's always cool to just see all the gadgets and cool stuff that is there at More Expo. I mean, that's really a nice show. They really do a great job with that. And they treat us really well when we're there. And we usually are there aligned, I guess maybe is the best way to say it, with Alpha Antenna. And, we can help talk ham radio to folks that maybe come up around Steve's Alpha Antenna booth while we're there. But that's what I always look forward to. And then, of course, May, we've got the granddaddy, we've got the big boy, we've got Hamvention, right? Everybody knows Hamvention. We're so looking forward to Hamvention. I'll be camping on site again this year. Looking forward to that. Again, did that last year, and it was a blast. Really enjoyed it. There's nothing better than just kind of rolling out of bed and walking over to the Hamfest. So really enjoy that. And there'll be lots and lots to talk about as we approach Hamvention, obviously. But that's May, and then we start to get into some of the summer months. We've got Field Day. So this is, a multi-day excursion. We usually make this into a fairly good size event. I don't know that we really have plans dialed in at this point, but we'll certainly be looking forward to Field Day this year. We've done various things. We've worked with my club. We've had, a couple years ago, it was a lot of fun. Jason, Mike, and Frank came over to the West Fork Amateur Radio Club. This is my ham radio calendar. This is one of the nets for that club. Meets every Monday. But we spent Field Day with that crew. That was fun. I've done that multiple years, obviously. Last year was a little different due to some family emergency issues. I skipped Field Day with the team, with the group, and I worked it from home. So I'm looking forward to doing it with the group again this year. Wes, nice to have you out here. Thanks so much, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all your contributions here to the chat tonight. We'll see ya. Let's see, Louisville. Yeah, that's one I forgot. Let's try to find that. I try to work over to that one too. I guess that's what they're calling it now, the DFW Ham Expo. So I've got to put this one on the calendar. Let's see, June 5th and 6th. I usually get over there on Saturday for that. Let's see. I'll probably get over there on Saturday. That'll be that'll be the day that I'll get over to that one. Thanks for calling that out, Dawn. I was hoping somebody would have mentioned that one. Yep, DFW Ham Expo. Hey, there's Tank Radio. How you doing, Frank? I was just talking about you a little bit ago. You must have, your ears must have been burning. We were talking about going to More Expo. We're going through the calendar of events. It's a big year. And we were talking about all the crap we have to lug up to More Expo. And, you know, I mentioned to everybody that it's my goal to make sure I've got less crap than Frank has, so I can tease Frank about having the most crap. So I take smaller tent than the gazelle. But good to see you out there, buddy. All right. So that's June, right? Field Day and DFW Ham Expo. Now getting into July, this is the month that we take our big ham radio trip. Or this is what we have a group we call the National Park Adventures. And this year we're going to the Great Smoky Mountains. So that's likely going to be what we were talking about is Saturday to Saturday here. So that'll be a big trip. That will, I take this full week off from work, obviously. A lot of the other trips that are primarily weekend trips with some travel days, some extra days, I'm usually able to work a good chunk of the week, usually 3 days. Sometimes I can work a 4th day on site, do something like that. But this is one where I take a full week. Bill, nice. Might be able to make this one. Awesome. I hope so, Bill. That would be awesome. All right. Let's see. QRP Life. Looks like he swapped out a screen on his 706. Congratulations. Always nice to refurb a radio. Yeah, Frank's ears were burning. All right. Let's see. I don't know that we're going to do much backpacking. I mean, again, right, we usually go in pretty heavy. And, you know, last year, I really liked the way we did last year when we went to Colorado. We set up base camp. We left camp in one spot. And we didn't move it around like we had done the year before. So we kept it in one spot. We just kind of took day trips out from that. Saved us a lot of overhead in terms of, you know, tearing stuff down, setting stuff back up again. So we haven't really talked too much about what we're going to necessarily do, Chris. You know, we'll have several meetings as a group between now and then, and we slowly start to hone that in. Gray Man says he's able to go. Sweet. Be nice to get some more folks out. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. We were gonna do that last year, actually, and of course, with all the damage and stuff that they'd had with some of the natural disasters, we kicked that can down the road. But it's time to make a trip to the Smokies. So, oh, we just missed you by a week, Bill. Oh, I didn't realize that. That's crazy. What's Sean say? That's William says, gotta promote my club events, so I'll always throw those dates out. Ah, I see. Oh, and Paul's thinking about this year. Oh, we could have a big time this year. So that's July. And now things get really interesting. Look at all that blue in August. So this is going to be my dilemma this year. So we've got, Huntsville Hamfest, which I absolutely love. Love the camping aspect of that. Love Montesano. Love hanging out. Um, love the Friday POTA event. Love the breakfasts that we do. The ARRL lunches that we do there. This is just a fantastic event. But the following weekend is Tokyo Ham Fair. I don't know why that says 10 p.m. How did I do that? I don't know how I did that. And this year, the Tokyo Ham Fair is the 100th anniversary of the JRL. The JARL. So I think this would be a really good year to go. And so and when I go to Japan, I want to stay for an extended period, right? I want to try to work in some distilleries. I want to do a little bit of sightseeing. I don't want to just go for the Hamfest alone. I want to spend a little bit of time there. Oh, nice. So Tim will be at Tokyo. That's awesome. So I'm looking at, and I just threw a bunch of blue on the calendar here. I either want to stay the week before. The actual Hamfest is, I believe, the 28th and the 29th. Let's see here. I was trying to find this. I think it's the 28th and the 29th. I'm sorry, it's the 29th and the 30th. Okay, so those are the actual days for the Hamfest. I either want to be there for the week going into and part of the week after, or part of the week going into and then the following week after. So, yes, and that's another reason I would love to see an operational 5200, Paul. Absolutely. So, so Tokyo is on my calendar for this year. Huntsville, what I may end up doing for Huntsville is trying to shorten it. I had been going out on Wednesday doing the 4 days in August thing starting on Thursday. But what I may have to do is shorten this trip up so that I'm just not gone for too long of a period since these are back to back. Yeah, I'm excited to get a chance to meet there, Tim. That'd be awesome. Yes, I am sure. I always think of what's that Tom Selleck movie where he's a minor league baseball player, or he's a major league baseball player, and he gets sent to Japan. Let's see. Paul says you only really need to go on Saturday. Oh, that's good to know. So that gives an extra day. That gives an extra day as well. But I forget, what is that? I have to look that up. Here, we'll see if we can find it here. Do you guys know what movie I'm talking about? Is it Tom Selleck? How do you spell his name? Selleck? Mr. Baseball. 2 L's. It's 2 L's. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. It's a pretty funny movie. No, this isn't. There's no crying in baseball. This is one really tall guy walking around Tokyo. So it's pretty hilarious. So I'm sure I'm going to be Mr. Baseball when I'm there. I'm Mr. Baseball when I'm walking around here. Yeah, I'm sure I will, Chris. So that's the big thing is, August is going to be, I'm going to be in the doghouse after August. Let's see. And then things really drop off, right? We've got Belton in September, and then I really slow things down through the rest of the year, right? This is kind of the recharge months. I know Frank talks about that a lot, right? He really kind of cherishes that several months there where there's not any extra travel. But yeah, so for this year, right, it's all the same things that I've normally done, right? We're going to start with Cowtown. We'll do Winter Field Day. We'll do Hamcation. I doubt I'll do Houston. I've got it on the list here, though, but I probably will not do Houston. This is a new one for me, Hamsci, right? So that's a new trip, and that'll be up to Connecticut. Do the Irving Hamfest. Frank did Irving Hamfest with me last year. We got to hang out at Irving Hamfest. And then we got Belton, more Expo, Hamvention, the DFW Ham Expo, Field Day, our National Park Adventure trip, the Smoky Mountains, Huntsville Hamfest, Tokyo Ham Fair, Exhale. Yeah, what about all the goats? Well, you see, that's whenever I'm off gallivanting around playing ham radio, Trina is taking care of the goats, right? So that's why I try not to do back-to-back weekends. That's why these are tough for me. That's why this is a iffy one. Right now, the only thing that might save me here is, worst case, and this is if I'd really want to, is drive down late on Friday, do Saturday morning, get my behind home. But, that's the deal. That's the deal there. That's why I try not to do a lot of back-to-backs. Yep, you do need some downtime, no doubt about it, Frank. Yeah, Dawn was at Irving as well. That's right. Bring your inner nerd with you to Connecticut. Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I'll fly in. However, when it comes to flying into Tokyo or flying into Japan, I'll do whatever Paul says is the smart thing to do. And I'll probably try to at least get on one of Paul's flights. I don't know if Paul is going to be able to take any time. Like I said, I want to make sure to take some time while I'm there. I'm either going to front load. Well, that's not it. I'm either going to front load it or back load it. We'll see. Don't they have that Meshtastic thing around Belton time? Yes. they do. And that is another reason to kind of go toward or go for the September one, because they do it in the second one, right? When they, at least that's what they've done the last couple of times, is they've wrapped that around or done it close to the September Ham Expo. Now, I think they're trying to think about how they are doing that, so they can do that a little bit smarter. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to do it this year, but it'd be nice to get a twofer out of that. Yeah, that'd be great, Paul. That'd be great. I would certainly, I'd certainly enjoy that. That'd be awesome. I'll figure out a way to fumble through. Not being able to speak any Japanese and all the rest of that. But, you know, what I found is whenever I've traveled abroad, it's usually pretty easy for English speaking people. I think much more so than it is for non-English speaking people to come to the US. So we certainly benefit in that fact. All right, so thank you guys for helping me fill in a couple of gaps. I could not remember when the DFW Ham Expo was. So thanks for pointing that one out. Now I know there's some others too that are in this area that just haven't seemed to pan out for me. And I'm guessing it's because they butt up against other events. But another one that I hear a lot of people talk about is, isn't it Wilhelmina? Up in, yeah, let's see when this one is. Oh, come on, guys, really? That's a pet peeve. That is such a pet peeve. This is another pet peeve. I hate Facebook. All right, so let's see. When is this? I don't know if anyone in the chat knows when this generally is. I don't see anybody piping up yet. Yeah, I don't really want to see more on Facebook. Thank you very much. Oh, that's probably... Let's see. So it's in, let's see, September last year. Yeah. So that maybe, I mean, I don't have a September thing. I mean, I like to try to, besides Belton, of course. So that looks like maybe the first weekend, maybe. Let's see what it was last year. Yeah, the first weekend in September, likely. I know there's, I know Vern and Renee like to go to that one. That's one of their favorites. I know KB5 MIQ, Big Boy goes to that one. I know, oh, let's see. Who else goes to that one that I always hear talk about that? There's a few people around here that go to that one. But that looks like one that might be worth checking out if they ever get their website squared away. Yeah, that could be a lot of fun. That'd be a lot of fun for sure. All right. All right. So what else do you guys have that you'd like to chat about tonight? That's really what I wanted to cover. Trying to keep it light here, easing into the new year. I certainly wanted to go through the calendar to make sure I didn't miss anything. It's going to be a busy year. But I tell you, it's so much fun. We have such a great time. Let's see. Didn't Jason go last year? I'm not sure what you mean there, Cooley. Do you mean to Japan? I don't think Jason went last year. Pretty sure he didn't. I know he didn't. If that's what you're talking. Uh-oh. Bill sent me a text here. Let me see. Let me see. Ah. That's awesome. Bill, do you mind if I share this? I don't know how well it's going to share. Bill does not mind. All right, let me switch over. This thing, now keep in mind this was sent via a text, so the quality always gets monkeyed with. Let me see here. I got to get my phone connected here. There we go. All right, so let's see here. Let me start it back over. So I can hear myself talking, Bill. So Bill shot this video during the stream. And what Bill's showing off here, if you guys remember, a few weeks back, I was showing some of the little boxes I use for component storage. So it looks like Bill was able to build out some storage there. Well, it's so tiny. But glad you were able to get that done, Bill. Looks good too. Very cool. I love those little boxes. All right, let's see. Ooh, Rockets and Radio's first live stream. January 23rd. During Winter Field Day? All right. So, what time are you working that stream? I'm curious what time you would try to stream. Let's see, Bill says he bought the boxes from Amazon, put them in a game storage container, also from Amazon. Nice. Yeah, once you get them organized, it's so nice. It's a little bit of hassle, a little bit of work to get there, but it's well worth it. So Tim, I'm curious, what time will you what time's convenient for you? That'll be interesting, right? What time's a good time for you to stream? Would love to check out the first stream, certainly. I'd love to be there live. We'll watch it after the fact if it's during Winter Field Day hours. All right, let's see. Boy, I didn't notice these earlier, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 folks who joined the community list during the stream. That's awesome. Thank you, folks, and congratulations. You're now in all the drawings. That's good stuff. Friday afternoon, your time, I believe. Okay. 4 p.m. Central. Oh, does he already have it posted out there? Let's check that out. Now, I think this is still... I think you still find it this way, right? Yeah. Here we go. Scheduled for 4 p.m. All right, Tim. We will, like I said, we'll be at Galveston. 4 o'clock, we'll either be in the midst of tearing down, or we will still be operating. I'm guessing by 4 o'clock we'll be getting ready to tear things down. So we'll try to catch it for sure. That's it. I love the graphics. Love the thumbnail. That is awesome. I would click on that, certainly. So doing a great job with your graphics. Can't wait to see how the stream goes for you. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. All right, let's see. What else do I have to chat about? Yeah, so I started looking for a 137 megahertz bandpass filter. Couldn't find one. So then I started looking for some plans to build one, and I had found a couple. So that's something, I don't know that we want to dive into that tonight, but that's something I think is a pretty quick and fun project. Let's see if I think you're saying, William, if I ever get that invite from Jason, I'll be at Galveston with you guys. Yeah, William, we go down to that public park. I forget what it's called. And we've had folks that just show up, just come and hang out, while we're there operating. Certainly people are welcome to do that if you're in the area. We usually get there, in time for it to start, to get set up, and we're ready to operate as soon as the event starts. And then depending on weather, we either go all day or we go until the weather chases us away, is kind of the way we do it. Like I said, we've had several people that just come down and, hang out and operate. I mean, certainly if you're there, you're welcome to operate as well. Let's see. Yeah, it is going to be a good time. All right. So let me see what else I've got here of interest to share with you guys. I'll be stringing up the DX Commander this weekend, so I plan to take some video of that. I took a little bit of video of tearing it down. Not a lot, just a little bit. It's part of the story. But I'm rebuilding that. Oh, I know what else I've got to share with you guys. Let me see if I can find it here. I had told you guys the last time we got together that I had reached out to Yaesu and, you know, had a less than encouraging phone call with the parts department. But then I had a follow-up email, and I'm trying to find it here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. You know, the person I had originally spoke with didn't have any knowledge of the separation kit. Didn't even think the separation kit was a thing. Said they'd never heard of it, which again was not very encouraging. But I got an email back from the manager of the parts department. I don't know why I can't put my hands on that right now. Maybe it's in my other email. Let me check that real quick. And this was a little more encouraging. The word I got was that the kit was currently on back order. So that certainly sounds better than what I had heard before. Here, I'll share this with you guys. Now, I haven't heard a follow-up since then. But it feels like that's a baby step. Paul, you crazy man. Look at that. Prep Ham Paul with 10 gift memberships. Thank you, Paul. Sincerely. That's super nice. Very cool. That's awesome. Get everybody with a green screen name out there. That's fun. Here, let me find this again real quick. Oh, I'm going to have to refresh this. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can even see that. I don't think there's an easy way for me to... Here, let me do something one better. Hold, please. Here, let's try this. And then I can blow this one up. The separation kit is currently on back order. Let me check the ETA to us and I will let you know. So it sounds like, you know, the info I was getting from HRO was accurate. Right, this is going to get shipped out from Yaesu, California when they finally get their mitts on it. So on Monday, I'll reach back out to Nori and I'll see if I can get some news. And if she doesn't have good news for me, she did let me know that they've got all the parts. And maybe she can create a separation kit for me with all the parts. Because I tell you, I would love to get all of that work done when it's 70 degrees out right now, 70 degrees and gorgeous out every day, instead of waiting for the summer months to kick in. Because again, I don't like doing any kind of antenna work during a Texas summer. Hey, John, welcome. I'm glad you were able to stop in. Hope the game went well for you. Let's see here. Austin says he's enjoying my new Elenco DJ W70HT. I love Elenco HTs. I just love all of their HTs. They've got such fun, quirky stuff. Markham, welcome. So, hey, we're pretty easygoing gang here. We're talking, this is a ham radio discussion. We talk about all kinds of things related to ham radio, basic electronics, you know, anything in the greater geekdom is kind of open season. Everything's welcome. We talk about receiving images and data from satellites, exchanging voice contacts over satellites. We talk about Meshtastic. We talk just about all kinds of data, RF related data communications, maybe a good way to think about it. So we're glad you stumbled in. Hopefully we can keep your attention a little bit. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. We got a good group of folks here, and you know, it's pretty free flowing. And you know, we see squirrels constantly and head off into strange directions. So don't be surprised if that happens like a half a dozen times in 30 minutes if you stick around that long. But yeah, it's good to have you here. Welcome. All right, we just worked through a calendar of a bunch of ham radio events that happen all over the country, and some of them happen worldwide that I'll be attending this year. I'm based in Texas, so there's a bunch of local items in Texas that I'll be attending shows in Dayton, Ohio, Orlando, Florida, going to Tokyo, Japan this year. We've got a ham radio camping trip planned for the Great Smoky Mountains this year. So we've talked about all those types of things as well. So certainly if any of these things are curious to you or interesting to you, Huntsville, Alabama is another one of the Hamfests that a lot of us like to go to. But yeah, please ask away. Next SSTV event on the ISS. You know, I am not sure about that, but John, one of the things we did talk about earlier, and forgive me for folks that have been here for the entire stream, but to catch up some of the other people who maybe joined late and missed this section, we talked about an event that is, let me get this pulled up. We talked about an event that is likely finishing up here very quickly on the Russian satellite RS-40S, and they were transmitting a bunch of space-related drawings from children over the past week or so. And here, I'll give you an example of what some of these images. Now, these are images for folks that may not be aware that are transmitted from a satellite and can be received on a handheld station and decrypted on your cell phone or on your computer. So you can capture this audio stream coming from a satellite, and you can decode it and see the picture that is within the data in that audio file. So they had a lot of really great images that they were transmitting. But I think this one is probably wrapping up this coming week, but you may still be able to get out there and get some of these images. Another one that had some nice holiday images was RS-74. So this is another Russian satellite that had a number of holiday specific images. And, you know, some of these are still available out there. So if you're itching for some SSTV, it can certainly be had out there. Now, keep in mind, the RS-40 satellite has a downlink on 70 centimeters. So you're going to want to, if you've got a couple of Yagi antennas to choose from, you're going to want to use the one with the most gain. This would be a great use case for your Arrow antenna. If you have an LNA, this would be a good one to break out the LNA for as well. And keep in mind, this is 70 centimeters, so you're going to have to adjust for Doppler as you're receiving that signal. Let's see. All right, let's see. Chris has a question here. I'm trying to figure out what you're asking here, Chris. We should show how to do that with a phone and an HT. Do you think an AIOC would work with SSTV? Never thought about trying that. So I'm not sure I know what AIOC is, Chris. You might have to give me a little extra context there. But, you know, certainly you could decode next to your radio, right, with Robot 36. You're not going to, I mean, it's going to work. You're going to get an image, and you might be able to even see what the image is. Hey, Markham, no problem. Happy New Year to you. Thanks for sticking around. Appreciate, or thanks for hanging out for just a little bit. Take care. Yeah, so you could certainly decode that. I mean, I've always had much better luck just recording the audio stream and then, you know, taking that audio file and decoding it directly so you don't have as much interference. But Chris, I know you understand all that stuff, so I'm not sure what your question is there. Ham DeLorean, welcome. I see you out there. I see you pulled your message back. I didn't see it before you retracted it, but welcome anyhow. If you have a question, feel free. We're at the part of the program here where we're just kind of free balling it, so. The all-in-one cable. It's an audio board that you can plug into your phone. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. So this cable is a I guess it would be a TRS cable, or a TRS, a female TRS connection. Is that what that is? Ah, gotcha. Let's see what the all-in-one cable is. Let's see what they are. I mean, I understand what it is in principle. I'll get you guys up here in just a second. Let me swap over. All right, so I'm looking for something here. Let me make sure I don't lose the chat here. You guys might be trying to help me out. Let's see. It is a board. Oh. It's TO's interface board. I am with you now. That's a great question. You know, I've been looking. I've been waiting for an excuse to pick up one of those boards. You guys just gave me one. Let me get my note cards. All right. So I'm going to have to pick up one of those cables. I'll talk with TO and see what his thoughts are on that. That's a good thought, Chris. That's a real good thought. That is a good thought. That's awful dark. All right, where'd you guys go? Here you are. Let's see. All right, how we doing here? Hey, we got some viewers tonight. I didn't realize there were 55 of you out there. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Certainly, please chime in if you have any questions. We'd love for you to join the conversation. Oh, it's not his board, but he sells the AIOC. Ah, gotcha. All right. So let me go back to searching for that board. Sorry, guys. I was a little trigger happy. And is that for Android or is it iOS as well? I don't know. Ah, well, that was pretty easy. I guess this is what we're talking about. The IAOC, a small adapter, the USB-C connector that enumerates itself as a sound card. Okay. A virtual RTT or TTY. And it can also trigger push to talk. Okay. So it's a digital mode USB interface. I don't know why that wouldn't work, right? That should be able to, yeah, I would think that would work just fine. Now the question is, would Robot 36 know to look there? I think that's the question, right? Let's see what Bill's got going here. I think Hayden and Hugh worked on it together. Gotcha. Okay, tested radios so far. Okay, so it's going to be everything that uses this this kind of Chinese configuration for connectivity, right? Which is different, a little different spacing than the EmComm. So you'd have to use it with a specific radio, but that's fine. I've got some Chinese radios around here somewhere. I've got my BTEC, and I've got the little Baofangs. These would probably work too. Oh yeah, yeah, these would work. Yep, this would have, yeah. Hey, that's a great idea. All right, now you gave me a reason to buy one. Now I got a reason to buy one. Let's see. Where do you get this sucker? I guess you get it from TO. So you have to solder it. Is that right? It comes as a kit. Let's see. There are known issues with EMI when using a handheld radio with a monopole antenna. Okay. All right. That's okay. I'd use it with a Yagi. Right. Or you could try the ferrite core thing. So it starts to become a little bit more unwieldy, right? I mean, if you can use it with a rubber duck antenna, or even a better antenna connected to the to the antenna port, a monopole, I guess is what they call it. I think it's pretty cool, but if you have these counterpoise issues and you have to use an antenna that's not connected, now it starts to get to be a little cumbersome, and isn't, I mean, to me, there's nothing more sleek than doing 2-meter SSTV with something like the ID50, something that allows you to record to a SD card when all you have to do is have your radio, right? It's you take this thing out, you grab the audio, and it's just so crisp and sleek. Let's see. TO's website. Yeah, sure, Gray Man. You can put your code out there in the chat. Feel free. See, stock Baofeng antenna with UV5R Mini has been giving me issues. Put it on a signal stick and boom, no problem. Yeah, I think that's kind of what they're talking about right here, is this issue right here. And that's what would worry me. Right? It's just not quite as slick if you've got to use a separate antenna. If you've got to have the antenna separate from the radio body, maybe is a better way to say it. Yeah, I don't mind soldering it. I mean, either way it comes, that's fine. So the Wushan has no problems. Has anyone tried it with the BTEC UV Pro? Okay, so Chris says look up the AIOB. Okay. How about this, the AIOB2? Thanks for visiting Big Time Radio. Okay, I don't know what the other one costs, but this one feels like it might be a little more expensive. Oh, it's a 4-pack. Okay. Am I looking at the right thing here, Chris? Oh, you need the K connector. Yeah, see, you start getting the adapters and then it starts to become less slick again. Yeah, DeLorean, please do. Okay. Okay. And we're saying this one doesn't have the counterpoise issue. They do something on the board to handle that. All right, let's see. So cat control stuff, audio handling. That's pretty much what we're talking about. Running digital modes. Yeah, so this should certainly be able to do it. Let's see, what are you guys saying? No adapters, just change the connectors. Gotcha. All right, great. Be looking forward to that, DeLorean. Okay, looks like there's some opportunity out there to do some building. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it looks like something fun to play with, regardless. Just curious, right? If this is 79 to 89, what's this one run? Do you guys know? Is there a link up here? Am I missing a link to get to TO's? I would think there'd be a link on here someplace. Can't see it though. All right, let's just find, here's his YouTube. Let's see, does he have it here? So here's the digital interface. There's a daughter board. Here it is. So this guy's quite a bit cheaper. Well, I am certainly interested. These sound like fun to play with. KE8UFI, good evening and welcome. Thanks for stopping by. POTA Power. Hope Florida's doing well for 2026. Nice to see you guys out there. So yeah, I'm gonna get a couple of these so we can start playing with them here on the channel. That'll be fun. And I'm sure if we can get ourselves into some sort of quandary, we can get Tio to join us sometime and figure out what we're doing wrong. I think we probably have a good chance of making that happen. All right. So that was a nice squirrel there. Thanks for that, Chris. Ron, nice to see you out there. We have I don't know, something must have happened. We get one Florida station coming in, then we get another Florida station coming in. Nice to see you out there, Ron. Yeah, I'm gonna get one of those AIOCs. Like I said, I've been looking for a reason to pick one of those up anyhow. Squirrel King. That reminds me of the Counting Crows. WG5X radio. Oh yeah. I am looking forward to that POTA event. Oh, Ronnie, you're in Florida too. I forgot about that. We got all kinds of Florida out here. Propagation is good. You're on it, Ron. Just as a reminder, don't forget that folks who want to go to the POTA meetup, the day before Hamcation, you got to go out there and get your day pass early. You want to go out there and make sure that you go out to the park's website. We can probably find that here. That's not that far away. Actually, I've got the link. Let me just find the link so I'm not fumbling around for it. Let's see here. I've got it in my Discord anyhow. Let me find it real quick. All right, let's see. All right, so the Florida parks are trying something. This is I think this is the first park. It's such a popular park. I think this is the beta test. Yeah, let me get you guys swung over here. And you have to buy a day use entry reservation to get into this particular park. I think this is the only park, this Wekiwa State Park is the only one so far. But you have to go here to floridastateparks.org, and you can find your way to get your day use reservation. And they only have so many day use reservations for each day. So you don't want to be left out in the cold. You want to make sure that that you get that ahead of time. And let's see, the meetup is February 12th, and Ron is probably talking about this in the chat, and I'm just not seeing it because he's helping with this. He's all over it. So I did. How do you pronounce it? Waka. All right, here we go. Wakaiva. Wekiva. Boy, who knows? Wekiva. I trust the Floridians. Wekiva. All right. Hey, I'm there once a year. So I just need to know it's the POTA place. It's the Florida POTA place. All right. But the 12th. So this is not the easiest or most intuitive thing to figure out. Let's see if... So it's just a day pass. So it looks like there's tons available yet, 323, right? So it doesn't look like we're at any risk right now, but just be aware of that. Oh, gotcha, Chris. They say it's, I think this is, I was reading something about this, this pilot program, and I think they were saying this is the busiest park in the state, right? I think because it's next to Orlando, seems to make sense, but that's why they're doing this test. I think it's a good idea. What I'm not wild about is the amount of information they pump you for when you get your day pass, right? Now, if you go the old school way, you're going to go up, you're going to show your ID, they're going to get your they're going to get your, the information that's on your ID, they're going to get your license plate, and that's fine, right? I mean, everyone knows that's what they're going to hit you for, but when you sign up for the day pass, now they want a phone number, now they want an email address. There was something else in the information request that really bothered me. I don't recall what it is off the top, but I was halfway through getting my reservation, and I hit something that just irritated me, and I did that. I just closed it. I said, you know what? Maybe I'll come back to that. Let's see. Yeah, and you can't get it at the gate. That's right. You got to get it beforehand. So make sure folks do that. Yes. Yeah, agreed, Ron. I think it'll be one of those things where, when you're probably 2-3 weeks out, it's going to be, someone's going to hit the hammer and they'll be gone. Yeah, blood type, something like that, Tim. It was something that bothered me. Something I'm like, I'm just trying to go to the park. You wouldn't get that information otherwise. Let's see. Yeah, Gigaparts and QRZ used to give a radio to new technicians. That's right. They had a program for a while where they gave away one of those. I forget what it's called. The Explorer 1. They gave away the Explorer 1 if you passed your tech, and you could show that you passed your tech within a certain window. Yeah, the Explorer. That's right. And but that was kind of a promotional thing, right? I think that's when the Explorer brand was just coming out. That radio, if I'm not mistaken, was might have been the first item under that brand name. I've got a couple of those as well. I've got a couple of them in boxes, and I seem to think I've won them somewhere as well. I need to dig those up and ham those forward. Okay, so Fat Brady is asking what to do. He's looking to get his tech license. Well, that is a great idea. So what I would suggest is there's a ton of free resources that will help you learn the material and go test for your license. And the thing that I would tell you is, and some people may disagree with me, and that's okay. I can understand why some people would feel differently. But for me, you just need to get your license. What I mean by that is, don't stress over necessarily understanding everything that is being presented to you for your test. Learn the answers, right? All you're really trying to do, hey, if you're the type, if you've got the background, that's always helpful. And if you're the type who's able to grasp, technical concepts quickly and easily, by all means, dig in, learn it all, figure it all out. But don't feel like you've got to go to this extreme level of understanding to gain your license, right? It's, 26 questions? I forget what it is exactly. But it's, you could certainly, you have a question pool, and I don't remember all the details. It's been a while since I've had my license. There's some people that can rattle this stuff off. I'm not that guy. But you've got a question pool. It's not that big. It's easy enough to memorize. It's, that's what I'm saying. It's like, maybe it's 50 questions. You got to get 35 out of 100. Thanks, Chris. You're presented with 35 out of 100 questions. And you got to get 26 to pass. That's what I'm remembering 26 for. But all you have to do is get your license. Once you get your license, and now you're legal to use the radio, to transmit with the radio, hopefully you've got folks around you, hopefully you have other operators that or you've got a club that's around you, or, hey, if none of those things are the case, you've got a worldwide club here on YouTube, and you've got lots of folks that live stream and will take questions and help you understand things and help you get to that point where you can take that test, and you can take the test online. You don't have to go somewhere like you had to do back when I took the test. But the point is, learn the material, memorize the material if you have to. It's 100 questions, but a lot of those questions are pretty similar. And it's not difficult to memorize the information. Just get your license. It'll all come to you and make sense as you start to use it. You might not, don't worry yourself if everything that you read doesn't sink in. Just remember the right answer. Memorize the concept, and you'll learn it as you practice it. A lot of people like to say, I went out and played radio today. That's not my favorite expression. I rather say, I went out and practiced radio today. To me, that's a better phrasing, right? To me, that is more representative of what we're doing. It's fun. It's a heck of a lot of fun. It's a ton of fun. But you're practicing a skill. So don't worry about not understanding everything. Memorize the information, take your test, answer 26 questions right, and then go out and practice radio, and that's when the understanding comes. Yes, please wear pants. For the sake of the testers, please wear pants. POTA Power, thanks for stopping in. Meeting up with the Grouch in the POTA Park tomorrow. Nice. Well, 7-3, looking forward to seeing you guys in Orlando. Excited to see you. It's been too long. And I know you guys will be hanging out at the campers, so looking forward to it. Have fun with the POTA tomorrow, too. And tell Grouch I said hello. Ron commits radio. There you go. I like to practice radio. That's the phrasing I like to use. But let's see here. You know, what I think is one of the best aids, certainly there are, there's a lot of free resources out on the web. What I would suggest that you do, though, is get one of the apps. Get one of the test apps. Let me see. If anyone knows the best apps today, right? These things always change. Let's see. I think hamstudy.org is likely the one I would recommend. There are others out there. If you're partial to another one, feel free to use that. They're all going to be sharing the same information. But I think Hamstudy, either hamstudy.org or the hamstudy.org mobile app would be my recommendation. They do a lot of great work in the ham radio community, so they're easy to support. And they have great resources and great products. But use the app and, even, depending on how you learn. I know some people, they got the app and they just started taking practice tests. They didn't even study the information. They just took practice tests. Take test after test after test after test, right? You take 100 tests over the course of a Saturday, all of a sudden you're going to start, and look, they're going to present you with the exact same questions you're going to see on the test. You're going to start to memorize those questions and answers. And before you know it, you're going to see, oh, I'm answering, I've got a 70% score on my test. I've got a 75% score on my test. Now, all of a sudden, I'm doing 90. Every time I take the test, the practice test, I'm scoring a 90. Do it and go take your test, right? Oh, let's see. That's my recommendation. Certainly, though, if you've got specific questions, drop them in the chat here. We'll try to get to them. If we don't get to your questions or you don't get a satisfactory answer to your question, send me an email and I'll make sure that you get the information you're looking for. We'll make sure you get licensed. All right, let's see here. GFO Dale. Good evening. Hey, I'm glad you're up. We're up as well. We got a bunch of people hanging out. We saw 45 people here hanging out tonight. Gotta love that. 22 after 11 Texas time. We thank all of you folks on the East Coast for hanging in there. Welcome to all you folks on the West Coast. Your night's just getting started. And, we kind of talk until we run out of things to talk about. That's the way we roll here. First initial, last name. Got it. G. Fodale. KD9WXO. Good to have you here. Yes, absolutely. Good point, Ron. The Ham Radio Discord channels, that is a fantastic resource. There are a boatload of Discord channels. Again, if you have trouble finding any of these resources, let me know and we'll make sure that we get you connected. Anybody who has an interest in getting their license, there's no excuse, right? This community will make sure you get your license. If you have interest and you put just the smallest amount of effort into it, you will get your license. I promise you that. This is the best community in terms of helping people get involved. It's such a great group. Yeah, almost like, boy, 40 years working midnight shift. Whew. That's got to get you hardwired that way. That is impressive. Boy, I tell you, I think I told you guys I've been outside. The weather's been gorgeous here, and I've been outside a lot, and I am like just getting dehydrated like you can't believe. My lips are chapped. I was sitting on the couch yesterday, and I was reading something on my phone. And do you guys ever get where you get so dehydrated, your hand just starts to do like these very, awkward cramps? I had that going on yesterday. It was bad. When it happens to your feet and your hands, I hate that. So it's like, all right, let me go get a banana. Let me get some waters in me. But you don't think about it. Whenever it's 85 degrees out, 90 degrees out, it's hot enough that you're always drinking. But when it's 70 degrees out, it doesn't feel like it's hot enough to require all that hydration. But you do. Yep, magnesium and potassium. That's it, exactly. Get that banana. Get that banana in you. All right, what else are we talking about here, gang? Let me think what else I've got for you guys. So I talked a little bit about looking to make a Bandpass filter for 137. That looks like a fun little easy project we could do together. Certainly, if anybody else has ideas, or you can find another radio besides this LilyGo, I tell you, I searched for a couple of hours. Now, I probably went on a couple diversions in that time, but for the majority of that time, I was looking for a current radio that has the Semtech ST1278 LoRa chip in it, because even though you see this one here, let's I don't think this is available here anymore, is it? Okay. So if you get this radio with the 433 megahertz advertisement, then it comes with the ST1278. Now, it says it's set for 433 megahertz, but it actually, that chip goes from 137, I think, to 510 megahertz, maybe. The upper end of that might not be right. It might be 530. And so the chip, even though they advertise and they sell it as a 433 megahertz radio, the chip can actually, with a firmware update, which is what TinyGS gives you, right? That's a different firmware. With a firmware update, it can go down and operate at 137 megahertz. So that's why it's so important to make sure you get something that has the ST1278 in it. Now, the other problem with this guy, right? And the reason I went on the wild goose hunt is because you don't get this thing for a month. And they want to charge you $9 delivery. So I say poppycock to that. Now you can go on AliExpress and find some stuff there. I found something at 400. I found this one that was 433 megahertz. I also found one that has the 868 megahertz. I'm going to order both of those. But, you know, kind of like we did with the 400 megahertz, that's only part of the story, right? We also want to use some sort of amplifier, some sort of bandpass filter. Pepe, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the day. Enjoy your weekend. 73. Oh, thanks, Chris. No, you don't necessarily need to use a bandpass filter, but I mean, here's the thing, right? You're getting down to 137 megahertz. You're getting awful close to the FM band, right? So, you know, you could, one of the things that they talk about, let me see if I can find it real quick. 137 megahertz. One of the things they talk about is, this is the, I found it on the RTL SDR site. This is where they talk about it. So here is the project itself. This is the bandpass filter, and then this is an FM filter as well. So they're running them in serial to cut out the FM broadcast stations. But you can see this is relatively simple. Okay, so you've got some capacitors here. You've got some inductors here. Now, yeah, and this one uses capacitors and inductors. I found another one that uses capacitors and resistors, but this seems to be the better performing one. But there's a good video here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and play this video.
Hello. This time I will try to show you a simple DIY project that I receive a lot of questions regarding. And so I designed a quick bandpass filter for the 137 megahertz. So you can receive meteor satellites, and the biggest problem are the signals affecting the reception from the Y-band FM nearby stations, or the signals above 150 megahertz.
Okay, now we won't watch the whole 6-minute video, but I'll jump to the punch here. Well, first of all, this is the plot with just the bandpass filter that we looked at, that simple design that we looked at. So this is, you know, pretty doggone good, actually. I mean, it runs out to like 2 gig with, you know, over 30 dB of isolation. And then on the lower side, it's not quite as good, but that's why he coupled that or ran it in series. Let's see what he's got here. Here you can see this a little better. Right, so 3 capacitors, 2 inductors, and you've got a bandpass filter, right? And the other thing I like is these are common capacitors, right? 4.7 picofarads, 1 picofarad, and another 4.7. And then I haven't looked to see how common these ones are. I'm hoping these are fairly common. So 68 nanohenries. Hopefully. Now what's he doing with these ones down here? I didn't see those before. Oh, I see. So he's got 15 picofarad in parallel with these inductors. Got it. Okay. And that, I think, is what he's showing for the inclusion of the radio, the FM wideband radio stations. I don't know why that's not showing real good here. Let's see if it'll play a second. And then there you go. But one of the things he talks about in here is that, both of these are really pretty susceptible to RF. And that's why he's got them enclosed, right? It's interesting. So many of the cheap bandpass filters that you see on Amazon, right? The SAW filters and, just the various options, they're never in a box. They're never in an enclosure, or they're rarely in an enclosure. The better ones are in an enclosure. The more expensive ones are in an enclosure. And, he talks about in this video how susceptible these are and how important it is to put them into some sort of enclosure. Right, so here's his plot. I mean, this thing just drops off. Boom, it just drops off. And then, all this over here, that's your FM radio stations. So when you couple those together, now for me, I think, I think even without, that's even not too bad. So right here, right, his marker is right here. And that marker is at 104 megahertz. That's in your radio dial. So if you've got something that's strong in your area, that could interfere. Yeah, that could certainly interfere. But this one here, look at that. Boom, that just drops off. So, you can see here at 90.8. So this would be your, hits FM, 90.8 FM. That sucker would be at 70 dB of attenuation, right? You're not going to hear that sucker. Yeah, you can build both of those. Yep. Yeah, well, so what I want to do, Chris, is I'm going to source the parts, and the parts are the easy part. Full page of inductors on Mauser, leads rather than surface mount. Good. Yeah, if we're going to do a project here that folks can follow along with, certainly doing SMD is a lot easier when you're trying to get this stuff put into a box as well. Right? So that's how he built this. Right here, you can see it. Now, he didn't have the inductors on hand. So he wound these inductors himself. And by doing that by hand, we saw the performance he got. It was fantastic, right? But he talked about the importance of getting it into this project box, right? And certainly something this small. Now this is like a 1 inch by 1 inch. I think is that what he said? I can't recall.
Filter looks inside. I use wire wound coils because they didn't have the standard 68 nanohenry coils. And this is 50 ohm track with the SMD capacitors. My coupling capacitor is 1.5 picofarad instead of 1 pico because I didn't have it.
Yeah, so, even so he used parts that weren't specific to the math, right? You can see he's got a part right there. You guys see that? You guys aren't seeing that. He's got, but coming off of that lower wound inductor, he's got a capacitor, a SMD capacitor coming off of that. And these things are kind of just soldered together. I mean, this to me is just so cool, right? It's just kind of basically pieced together. He didn't have everything exact. He used what he had, and daggone it, it was pretty doggone good, right? If you ask me, even that is pretty doggone good. Okay. But he also, he gives you everything you need, tells you everything you need in order to build, both of these. So what I'd like to do is try to source the box. I don't know if this is just something you have to make. This looks like it's homemade, where this is obviously a purchased item here. I want to try to find all those items, put them in a shopping cart for folks, and it could be another fun little project we do together. Yeah, he's just using, I think that's what he's basically using as his ground plane, Chris. Yeah, I've got a whole book of surface mount. You guys probably have something similar, right? Where you get like a little 3-ring binder, and it's got, I don't know, it's probably thousands of various parts. Yeah, I hate to do that as well, Bill, and I think that deters people too. So that's why I want to build a shopping list, right? I just want to try to make it easy. So if folks want to play along, just say, hey, go buy all these things that are in this shopping cart, and you'll be able to play along. Yeah, sample book. Thank you. So that's a rabbit hole I went down today. There's this guy's got this guy Adam here. He's got some fun videos. What else was I looking at? Oh yeah. So
instead of doing this, you could be doing
this is 137
TikTok shop. Technically, it's a mattress vacuum, but it works
megahertz antenna. This might look familiar because this is the same diagram that Wes had found for us and put in his
94 Queen Victor here with the
in his blog post.
dipole WeatherSat antenna.
But this is a good video to watch here. He talks about how he builds that 137 megahertz dipole antenna. What I like is he shows you how it performs on the oscilloscope.
So we can see that
the network analyzer, I'm sorry. But this is another related video that's a good watch. The other thing too, right? He explained something here that I don't think a lot of people understand. Let me just see if I can find that. I think this is a good tidbit, right? This is something you can stash away.
Up to this point, but the compliant.
Okay, let's see.
Should be from this point where you unbraid direct connection with a coaxial cable. The overall length from this point where you unbraid the coax up to the tip should be 53.4 centimeters. So
okay, did you guys catch that?
That people
So I know this has always been a question I've had in various antenna builds is, okay, right? You've done the math, you've worked the formula, you know that the positive lead to the dipole is supposed to be whatever, right? What did he say this was? 56.4, 56.4?
Should be 53.4.
53.4. Okay. But he talks about that measurement. Where that measurement begins, it's not here. It's not at the bend coming out of this this holder. It's not down here, but it's actually at the point where the braid and the center conductor deviate. So you start your measurement right here, right? So this entire length is 53.4. It's not to here. It's not to here. It's to this point where the coax actually splits that you take your measurement. I think that's a point not a lot of people either have questions about or they're unclear on. So I thought that was a great explanation that he had here. You know, and if you're doing a, 10-meter dipole, that little bit of difference might not make that much of a difference in the performance of your antenna. But at higher frequency, where, the quarter wavelength or the half wavelength is shorter, right? It's being off by 6 centimeters has a much bigger impact. So check this guy out. Here, let me drop, I'll drop his channel in the chat. He's got some interesting stuff to watch. I really enjoyed it. All right. So I had that going on. Let me see what else is going on. Getting ready for my 3D printer. I'm excited about that. Let's see. Let's see. What else do you guys have? Any other topics you want to hit tonight? This is a good blog here as well. drop this out there if you guys are interested. Yeah, you definitely want to cut long and trim for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I had any other. Gonna follow up with Yaesu. I know you guys were asking about that. Building the DX Commander this weekend. Rebuilding the DX Commander. Let's see. First time catching you live. When is the normal start time? 9 p.m. in Central Time Zone, Texas time, 9 p.m. We start at 9 and we go until we run out of things to talk about. What I usually like to do is have a topic that gets us started. I'll start out with just some odds and ends of things that I've seen throughout the past week that I want to share with you guys, bring your attention to, and then we'll jump into a topic. That topic usually takes us for an hour or an hour and a half, depending. And then from there, it's kind of a free-for-all. Uh-oh. Looks like this photo might be triggering Chris. We can move it, Chris. There we go. Let's see, what else do I have to share with you guys since last week? I think I'm at the end of my list. I'm curious if you guys have anything. All right, let's see here. We gained a few subscribers while I was live tonight. We're up to 694, so we're 306 away from 5,000. Any New Year's resolutions? So I am picking this back up. So starting to work on my CW again. That's something that I'm working on. I'm going to also, one of the things that you guys saw on my calendar here was our club's net. I'm going to try to be more fastidious. I'm going to try to be present at that at the net more frequently. That's something I want to do. It's one of those things that so it's every Monday, almost every Monday night, every other Monday night. It's something that I enjoy when I make the time. So I want to try to make the time to do that more. But I want to get to the point where I can make satellite contacts via CW. And there's a CW satellite event on January 1st. And I thought I might be able to make a contact this year, but I just wasn't there. It's just those contacts happen so fast on a satellite. And yeah, I tried it this year and I just didn't get it done. So, that failure kind of stoked the fire, and really made me feel like I got to buckle down, right? It's not going to happen unless I buckle down. You can make space. You can make it happen if you put your mind to it. Yes, you can't make it, but you can make space for it. You can make space in your schedule for it. So putting it on my calendar here is part of that. So I've got a reminder here for 30 minutes before, so I'm hoping that helps me out. So I'm gonna be doing that. That's really the only thing that I've kind of put hard fast in my mind in terms of things I would like to try to accomplish in radio. I've got a lot of projects I need to finish. I don't count those as resolution goals. I just count, those are just things I got to get done, right? I've got to get the parts to finish the satellite ground station. I got to get back to finishing my my satellite build, my AMSAT satellite build. So I've got a bunch of those projects that keep getting waylaid for one reason or another. So I really want to get those done. Been using wave talkers. Okay. Sean, I've not looked into that. Is that an app? Is that a website? Oh, there you go. Get your EmComm before diving into satellites. Well, I'm glad I'm on the calendar. I promise we'll try to keep you exploring all different types of things radio related. So Wave, what is this called? Wave Runner? Wave Talker. Wave Talker is a website with courses. All right. All right, Sean, you've got me curious. Wave Talkers. Now, I've also got a Long Island CW Club lifetime membership. I had went through the first couple of courses in that. That's probably 2 years ago at this point. So I wouldn't mind taking advantage of that again. But this here, so this is interesting. So do they have a unique approach, Sean? Does this appear to be working for you? I'm curious what your experience has been so far. It's just something I can do at any time at your own pace. Yeah, that makes sense. I can understand that. Yeah, I'll have to check out a couple of his videos here. I'm going to, I'll definitely see what I can, what he's all about here. I'm going to try to dive into, I've got to pick a slot. What worked for me well in the past, a couple years ago when I was doing Long Island CW, is picking a time slot that I use for practice and for classes, and doing what I just did here, right? If it's on my calendar, I tend to do it. So what I need to do is, see, the problem is this is just my radio calendar. When I start adding in all my other Google calendars, all of a sudden this thing starts to look like, you know, a Jackson Pollock painting. So I've got to find a window for practice and a window for classes that I can squeeze into my schedule and make it happen. Got the alphabet down, working on the numbers. That's good. Get your pro signs in and you'll be ready to rock. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Sean. I'll look into that. How about anyone else? Any other resolutions or goals, ham radio goals for the year? I mean, I guess, you know, if I talk about what are some of the other things I just need to get done, right? I'm really enjoying the late shift. It's something I want to continue to do, right? I've got about I think this is maybe the 17th episode. So I want to get a full year in of this, and, you know, hopefully it continues to grow. Hopefully it, people find it worthwhile and interesting, and, you know, it's worth them spending some of their Friday night here. So that's something that I want to do. You guys saw my calendar, right? My calendar, my ham radio calendar is, it's got a fair amount of travel on it. There's a lot of events. There's a lot of activities. I mean, it would be great to have a chance to meet more people that have joined the community here, right? That's, you know, one of the things that's most rewarding to me is, you know, just getting to meet so many great people, and just making, you know, those connections with other hams, people like-minded. And, you know, those are things that I just expect to happen over the course of all of these different activities, and, you know, all of the Friday, you know, these late shifts and the rest of that stuff. Hey, I'm glad to hear that, Chris. I mean, I tell you, I really do enjoy hanging out with everybody, and that's really the way I look at it, right? I look at this as, you know, this is just kind of like an extended club, and it's something I look forward to as well. It is a lot of work, though, and you know, I'm being very protective of the time that I need to be able to do this. So I guess you could call that a goal, right? That's something I want to do 52 of these this year, or pretty doggone close, right? The ones that are really difficult, the ones that are tough, right? I mean, there's a lot of travel in here, and I've got to come up with a good solution for all of these Fridays, right? All these blue Fridays, there's a bunch of them. So I need to come up with a, some way to scratch that itch and keep everyone tuned in during those travel Fridays. So Roger's got more POTA on the list, CW and extra. Okay, those are great. Great goals. Yeah, and for me, you know, if I do, you know, half a dozen POTAs by myself, that's a lot. Because for me, I mean, I enjoy it. It's okay. Hey, James, welcome. But I would much rather go out with a group like we did, you know, here just recently. That to me is much more fun. But there are times when you know, there's a couple of spots. There's one spot in particular that I really enjoy going to. It's at Dinosaur Valley Park. It's my favorite POTA spot in Texas that I've ever been to. And that requires a hike to get up to the location. And I like operating from this kind of high point looking out over a river. I'm gonna have to be mindful when I go out there next. I'm gonna have to see what my Wi-Fi signal looks like. It would be fun to do a stream from there just to share that so everybody could see it. It's such a gorgeous spot. Yeah, POTA is better with friends. Absolutely. Yes, indeed. How about anybody else? Any other, I'm curious if anybody else has any big goals for the year. The other thing too is if anyone has some suggestions, and I mean, this is the kind of thing that normally just takes me time to play, is trying different mobile streaming setups. But if anybody has any suggestions or experience with that, I'd love to hear it. Oh, Roger likes to do the solo POTA. Hey, that's awesome. Let's see, James. That sounds pretty awesome. Let's get this up there. So James did his 210th activation at the 145th park in just under 2 years. That's awesome. I definitely am a lone activator. Would love to do Dinosaur Valley State Park. Yeah, it's really cool. It is definitely cool. I'd love to show you guys. I'm going to have to go up there and drop a pin. I know how to get there. I've been there enough times that I just know how to get there. And I just wandered onto it the first time I went there. I was actually doing kind of a mini POTA rove. I was trying to hit. I had a Saturday all to myself. Now this is something I enjoy, right? If I try to gamify it a little bit, I enjoy it more. And so let me think. I did Possum Kingdom, Fort Richardson, Dinosaur Valley. I had one more in there. Daggone it, I can't remember what it was. To do 4 or 5 parks here in Texas can be a feat. It's I've never been there in Glen Rose, Texas. Yeah, it's in Glen Rose. That's right. But if you're trying to do, and I forget what they have. I forget those different POTA awards, right? They have or if you do 4 or 5 parks in a day, those types of things. Let's see here. Here we go. So I was trying to do the Warthog. So I was trying to get 5 parks in Texas in one day. Like I said, you're doing a lot of driving. So you gotta get out, find a spot, get activated, get back on the road, likely drive another hour, 45 minutes to get to that next park. But there are 5 that are, it's kind of an all day loop. But I ended with, the last park I did in that loop was Dinosaur Valley. And so, it was kind of a treat to be able to leisurely activate that last park and not have to take off and, be running to the next park. So that's why I did the little hike. It was nice. Yeah, 30 references in a single UTC day. Now, if you're in the Northeast, I know in Pennsylvania, I mean, if you've got a good arm and you can throw a football, you could probably hit 30 POTA parks standing in one spot, because every single game land is considered a park. And I mean, there's just so many. I think in, the certain areas of the country, the Northeast especially, where that's much more achievable than it is someplace here in Texas. Wow, that's awesome, James. That is awesome. Yeah, and so, and for me, and this is just a me thing. This is a me problem. It's not an anything but a me problem. To me, pulling into a park and operating from your vehicle feels like cheating, right? That's a me problem. For me, parks on the air is getting out of your vehicle, setting up an antenna, setting up your radio, and operating in that fashion, not just pulling into the parking lot, extending the ATOS and making some contacts. But that's a me problem, right? I mean, it's different strokes for different folks, and I'm certainly not going to discourage anyone from doing that. Anything that gets people on radio is a good thing. Yeah, something, that's a good point. For me, whenever I was doing it, um, so I used 2 different antennas. I started in the morning. I had 2 EmFeds. I had one cut for 40, one cut for 20. And, you can usually, unless the bands suck, which happens, unless the bands suck, you can activate on 40 and 20 most of the time. And so, you can deploy a 20 meter EmFed pretty doggone quick. Yeah, winter's right, that's another thing, right? If the weather's bad, that's a whole different thing in my book, right? Um, again, you're getting out and you're practicing radio, so that's better than sitting in the house, no doubt. There's a program for veterans. Let's see if this will all fit. I'm not sure if it will. Yeah, there's a program for veterans for lifetime access to parks. Yeah, they have that here in Texas, an annual for seniors. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, yeah, I always buy a Texas Parks Pass. You know, I more than get my money's worth between, you know, the different camping things that we do, the POTA events that we do. I have no problem at all supporting the parks in that manner, right? That's supporting the parks in that manner hopefully ensures that we have them going forward, and, you know, those that come after us have them as well. Now, the other thing I could get better at, this should be this should be a goal of mine. And I did okay this time. I can forget to get my POTA logs uploaded, but I did get my logs uploaded from a couple weeks ago, or from last week, so I'm off to a good start this year. I sure wish. Do you guys experience this when you're trying to upload your logs on your phone? Um, does the POTA app bark at you for trying to do that on your phone? Let's see. James says his goals is to get his extra license, 30 park POTA rover, and concentrating on new to me parks and maybe add 5 new states. Nice. Those are great goals. Yeah, Roger, it doesn't like it. Yeah, it's that always felt like something that they might fix fairly quickly. Yeah, so what I end up doing, James, is I have to put it into desktop mode and then I have to turn it. Now I also have to do it from Chrome. I can't do it on Firefox. Firefox is my regular browser on my phone. That's my daily driver. But Firefox will not do it. But if I put it into desktop mode and turn my phone to landscape, and I fiddle with it, then it'll let me upload it on my phone. And that's what I do that on my Android. I'm an Android user too, Roger. So that works for me. Yeah, so let's see here. Let me pull it up here and I'll show you guys. One moment, please. Where'd you go? Let me try to connect my phone again. This phone loses connection on occasion. Come on. All right, I'll try one more time. Oh, it's fighting me. Why are you fighting me? Still working on it, it says. Yeah, it's not working fast enough. I'll try one more thing here. I do like group activations, but find it hard to find people who are willing to activate with me since I'm traveling so much. Yeah, I can understand how that could be tough, James. I also like, if I'm doing a group activation, I like to do it with folks who are paying attention, right? I mean, if you're going to have a bunch of activators and you're going to ask a hunter to work a bunch of operators, right? I feel like it's only the right thing to do to have everybody queued up, ready to go, and get the mic moving. All right, let me try this phone thing here again. It's just not going to do it for some reason. I was just going to show you guys my experience of using the app. But yeah, if I'm in Chrome, I tell it to load as a desktop site and turn it landscape. Then it will generally let me upload it. But that's something I think they could easily fix. And would improve everyone's experience. Yeah, that wasn't bad, James. You know, I've certainly dealt with worse. We could have been a little bit more crisp, but it's also tough, right? When you have everybody that's, you know, talking and enjoying being together, hanging out. You have a bunch of side conversations going and you're trying to pass the mic. But we didn't do too bad. I thought that went pretty good. I think I ended up with like 26 or 27 contacts, something like that. And I dropped out of the rotation a little bit early just to make sure I could get everything set up for Mike for his satellite contact. But I think some of you guys that were there earlier got, you know, upward of 50, close to maybe 60 contacts. So you guys, I think, were doing well before I got there too. Yeah, I don't disagree, James. I'm right there with you, buddy. All right, let's see. So that's Parks on the Air chat. What else do you guys have? What else you got tonight? How are we doing here? 12:20. We still have 38 people. I tell you, I think we still have people in vacation mode. I know I'm still in vacation mode. So I've been off all week, which has been beautiful. That's why I've been able to go out and do some extra things. I've also knocked out some things on the honeydew list this week. I've got a little bit more of that to do this weekend. Gotcha. Yeah, I think all that happened before I got there, James. There was some contacts going on there. Or I think some folks were operating from the extra portion of the band. Yep. That's all right, Roger. That's all right. You know, it was always my hope in doing this that we would get waves of people coming in, right? I mean, I figured that the East Coasters would be the first to drop out, and that the West Coasters would be able to come in as they were dropping out and keep the stream rolling. So that was kind of always my hope. And then, you know, to my surprise, there's been a number of, you know, folks in the international time zones that have been able to join, and that's added a nice flavor to the stream. So I really enjoy that. So you definitely do count, Roger. You're the second wave. Yeah, the bands are so full. Yeah, I know. I thought about, I mean, today was so gorgeous. I thought about trying to go out today, but, you know, I figured it was probably pretty tight out there on the bands. That's the other thing, right? Is I don't really enjoy when you gotta, you know, kind of throw elbows to find a spot. You know, that just takes some of the enjoyment out of it whenever you gotta kind of fight for your spot. I mean, it's part of it. I get it. But, you know, it's much more enjoyable whenever that's not, uh, that's not part of it. Well, you know, James, I'm curious, whenever you guys were operating before I got there, were you guys on 15 then as well? You know, 15 sounded pretty good whenever we were all operating on 15 there last Saturday. You know, it was interesting, right? There was certainly some ups and downs, but, you know, for the most part, when people were clear, they were crystal clear and they were loud. Yeah, 20 meters is just crazy. We're on 15, okay. 15 is good. Yeah, I didn't even bother to look at the spotting page. I'll bet you it was a nightmare. I think Frank was out doing, I think he popped up in my ham alert. I saw him. I saw Mike. I didn't see Jason at all. But I saw a few people out popping up in ham alert. Yeah, I really like 15 meters. All right, let's see. I got a few emails here. I'm just checking some of these. Oh, okay, good, good. Thanks for sending that over, Sean. All right. Frank activated yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, you're not going to hear him in Texas, that's for sure. If I'm not mistaken, he was on 20 too, wasn't he? He was on, let me see, where did he pop up? Yeah, it must have been yesterday. All right. Let me see if I've got anything else of interest for you guys. I always look around on my desk because this is where I kind of collect a week's worth of stuff. Every Monday before I start in my day job, I take the day, or I take 15, 20 minutes before my day starts, and I clear the decks for the week. Come Friday, Saturday, I've got stuff just everywhere. Everywhere. Let's see here. I got some new cameras I'll share with you guys. curious to see how these work out. I don't know if you guys have seen these, if you're familiar with these. So this is a little DJI Nano, and this is really kind of two parts. If you can take the screen off of the camera, and they're still connected via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. And it's pretty interesting because then this is your camera. And this, I used this one of the first times on the POTA that we did here last Saturday, because I've got a little hat clip that'll hold it. So it's like a POV style camera then. It also comes with a magnetic thing you can wear like a lanyard and do POV type stuff. So I thought this would be interesting when I'm working on different projects and stuff to have it to get kind of another view while my hands are free when I'm making videos. So keep an eye out for some videos that that feature that. It's really kind of an interesting thing, right? Because you've got this little screen. Here, I'll turn it on real quick. Right, so you've got a little screen here, and like I said, you can disconnect the camera and the screen still works. So interested to see how well this works and how it works into some of my videos. Let's see here. James says, I might see if you would Elmer me for a pass over sometime like you did Mike, but I'm not sure about putting it on YouTube in case I flop. James, I'd be happy to give you a hand, and buddy, I can make sure you're not going to flop. The next time that we have an opportunity, we'll give it a try. And what we could do, I mean, if you're worried about it, we don't have to video it, certainly. But what we could do is we could video it, and we could decide at the end if you'd like any of that video to exist beyond the event. The reason I like to video that is I think, it's easy to forget when you do something for a long time and you become pretty proficient at it. You do a lot of things without thinking about it, right? It becomes second nature. You just do them, and you can forget some of those details that would be helpful to others. And I really like helping people make that first contact. I've done it with several folks now. I've done it, folks that you would know, of course, Mike, N2MAK. I helped Frank make his first satellite contact. Tank Radio Frank, that is. I helped T.O. make his first satellite contact. So those are folks that you guys would know. I've helped other folks in my, in this area. Certainly as a AMSAT ambassador, I take great pride in helping people get on the birds. And I want to make sure people are successful, because I tell you, there is just nothing better. And, we probably have some new folks on since the very beginning of the show. So I'll show this again. There is just nothing better than that right there. So that was Mike, after he made his first 2 contacts on a pass here last Saturday. He was pumped. So James, I'd be happy to try to help you. And, the video part we could figure out. Yeah, he, poor Mike. That was not the ideal situation, certainly. Like, when I did it with Frank and I did it with T.O., those were more kind of isolated, right? Mike not only had the camera that I had, the point of view camera I had on my hat on him, but he had like 6 other guys standing around with cameras, capturing his every move. So yeah. But hey, he was nervous. You could tell he was a little nervous, but he pushed through and he did it, and he did great. Yeah, there you go, James. If Frank can do it, you can do it easily. All right. Hey, thanks for hanging out, and get some rest, get some sleep. We'll see you next week. Yeah, we still have some people hanging out. That's great. I'm glad to see it. Yeah, he did do a great job. I tell you, it really makes me feel good when I see people get excited, and that I know I've had a little piece in helping them reach one of their goals. I've had some great emails, I'd say, in the last 2 weeks. I've had some folks send me some pictures, send me some videos, just write me some notes and tell me about, how the videos have helped them. And they have shown me, either their kit, right, where they've, built a similar type of chest rig, that I use, or, they share that, the videos have helped them kind of get over the hump to be able to make their first satellite contact. And, those are great. I really enjoy receiving those types of emails. What I would like is, if anybody ever has a thought to send me an email like that, let me know in your email if you mind that I share that, because I don't always remember to ask folks, and I certainly would never share anything that someone has sent me without their okay. So, all the emails that I've shared with you guys through this stream, I've always had permission to do so, and that's the only way I would share that type of information. So I certainly appreciate that. It always feels good to get that email where someone says, hey, you've helped me. That's why I do this. That makes it all worthwhile. And, but, if you think of it, let me know if you are okay with me sharing that, because I would love to share that with others. I think people seeing other people have success gives them confidence to do it themselves. Captain Don, welcome. Happy New Year. Thanks for stopping by. You know what? I had no plans to work the ISS pass here in 11 minutes. Let's see what this looks like here. Let me try one more time here to see if my phone will cooperate so I can share my phone with you guys. It's more fun when I can share my phone screen. This thing gets a little funky from time to time. Boy, it's just, let me try to disconnect it and reconnect it. All right, let me try. I'm going to try to kill this app. It does not want to play. So we're going to try to kill it. Okay, it is dead. Let's load it from scratch. There we go. All right, let's see here. Let me move this over. It's a little tardy. It's a little slow. I'm not quite sure. Geocron just gave you the 5-minute warning, huh? Okay. Boy, this thing is just slow. Oh, I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. Give me just one moment, folks. I don't know what I would do if all this stuff just worked the way it's supposed to all the time. All right, let's see what we got here. So we got, boy, for me, I don't know if you guys can see that. That's a 4-degree pass at 12:51 my time. So in 9 minutes, that's not an ideal pass. Certainly. Now, if I needed somebody, so let's talk about this for a second, right? So this is a low-degree pass to the north, right? Northwest and north. So if I needed somebody in Washington State, Oregon, maybe, this, if I needed some of those grids up there, this would be a great pass to try and do that. Now, in my experience, 4 degrees elevation is your high point. Your best bet is you can certainly listen, right, to see if you can hear any other call signs. You're not going to hear much. You're going to have about a third of the pass to work. So you could start thinking about, coming into that middle memory position. If you've got 5 memory positions programmed for each satellite, you could think about coming into that middle one, from 2 to 3 and then going from 3 to 4. That's your window. And you've got to be ready in that window. You've got to be aggressive in that window to try to make that contact, right? Because that's pretty tough. 4 degrees, that's pretty tough. You can certainly do it. Now, if I was going to try to work this pass, I would also probably get out my Arrow antenna. because that arrow is going to have more gain on 70 centimeters, right? And that's going to give me a greater chance of hearing what's going on there. So just a couple things to kind of think about those shallow passes, right? Those get you great distance. So these are going to get you your maximum distance in terms of your grid squares, but you're only going to have a fraction of that pass to work. And, you know, so you got to be on your game. You got to be ready to rock when you hit that sweet spot, right? You're going to have maybe 2 degrees to work with. You know, you're going to go from 3 to 4 and then 3 again. That's your window. That's the way I think about those things when I approach a pass like that. All right, let's see. Hey, Andy, did you just swing back in? Did we lose you for a bit? You've been quiet for a little bit. It's good to see you out there again. You want to see the map? Yep, that's right. So you can see your overlap right there. Right, so I'm operating from North Texas. You can see my footprint. You can see where we're going to have some overlap there. Oh, lost connection. Well, I tell you, this thing is a little funky tonight. Let me try to reconnect it. I'll try to reconnect it. All right. Is that what you were wanting to see there, Dawn? Lost my chat. There it is. All right. Let's see. What radio are you using? So, Roger, are you talking about for satellites? If you're talking satellites, I'm still using the 2730 as my primary FM radio. I've got my 817, 818 combo for linears. I still have my 9700 here, but I'm not using that for satellites right now. I will as soon as the ground station is in place. But yeah, I'm still rocking the 2730. I still think that's the best portable option, right? Especially if you need to go buy a radio, right? For $300, you can have a brand new radio. So I still think that's the best option. Gotcha. Yep. Yeah, now that it'll be interesting to watch that footprint as that gets moves into the landmass a little bit further. I'm curious to see how far the satellite footprint stretches out. 2730B. Yep, that's a winner. That's definitely a winner. I certainly like the black screen. It just looks good. But if you want to save yourself a few bucks getting the original, that'll work just fine too. It super easy to see in direct sunlight. It's a great radio for visibility wise, right? That dark on white screen is really easy to see in sunlight. All right. Yeah, and I'd say the other thing too, Roger, is you'll see the original 2730. You'll see that on sale more frequently than you'll see the newer version, right? That's just the way EmComm does things. I think we saw in the Gigaparts stream, I think the black was maybe 317. That sound right? Somewhere around there. Once they put it on sale. And then the original, I think it was 280, 279, something like that. Let's see. Anyone ever participate in the ARRL Kids Day? Generally the first Saturday in January and the third Saturday in June. I have not, and I've not heard of anyone talking about that either. Let's see what we can learn about that. Let me pull it up. Which arrow antenna do I recommend? I'll show you which one here in just 1 second. Hold tight, Roger. So this is Kids Day. So that is, I'm guessing you guys heard those beeps. So that is ISS detector telling me that the ISS pass was starting. Boy, come on, catch up. The phone is struggling, right? You can see that just started that pass. All right, let's see, Kids Day. Twice a year, ARRL offers an event designed to promote amateur radio to our youth. Okay. First Saturday in January. Okay. Third Saturday in June. Third Saturday in June. Wait a second. Oh, I guess that's Field Day's the fourth Saturday. I was thinking those collided. Okay. So they got a window for it. Okay, so it's not that big of a window. But you got a window there. What do you got? So you got, geez, my mind's blanking. So you got like 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock Central during that time of the year. Not for the January one, though. Suggested frequency, suggested exchange. Oh, that's interesting. I've never noticed this or paid attention to this. That's pretty cool. I'm surprised. I mean, I haven't even heard like Josh talking about doing this with Scouts or anything. I mean, I know Scouts have their own program, but that's interesting. Yeah, it looks like we're right about at the top of the pass, high point of the pass. I'm just moving the donut out of the way there. 3.6 degrees elevation. You see that down here. Well, I don't even know if it got to 4. 4 may have been, it may have been rounding up to 4. It's pretty shallow. Just made a contact on SO50 with DM14 from CM88. Radio is fun. Nerd Glass, congrats. All right, let's see. Let's take a look. All right, so from, I know he said DM88 was one, or CM88 was one of the grids. Okay. That's one grid. And then the other grid, so we're talking just above San Francisco. Okay. DM14. So this is just east. Oh, I didn't realize that was DM14. So that must be Josh's grid square. All right, let's see. Where's the highway markers? 80. That's I-10. Boy, they don't, I understand why. It's not that important for this, but difficult to find highway markers here. Maybe not quite as far out. Yeah, so that's a fairly close, You got Southern California to Northern California-ish, northern-ish. Cool. Oh, there you go. Sean, you should hook them up. Well, yeah. Just missed. Yeah, I'm going to have to keep that in mind. That's interesting. Now there's another website. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what it is. Is it this one? No. Trying to find, there's one that will, oh, maybe it is this. Did I just not look at the right? There's one of these sites that will kind of plot the difference between two grid squares for you. I don't recall what it is though. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. So I'm looking for a website that lets you, it shows you kind of the distance between squares. Maybe this is it. Is this the one I'm thinking about? I don't think it is. I don't know why it's not popping up for me. No, that's not it. I don't think it's DXView. I don't know. Do you guys know what that is? Yeah, that's a nice, that EmComm grid square map's pretty good map. Ah, here it is. So that was what, CM88 and was it DM14? Is that right? Yeah, DM14. So to the midpoint of the grid, 696 kilometers. Cool. Oh, geez. Sorry, guys. I do that at least once a stream. Right. So this site here will allow you to put two grid squares in and then give you the details about the distance between those. Right. So the CM88 DM14, 696 kilometers. That's from the midpoint of the grid square. Sorry about that, guys. Like I said, I do that at least once a stream. Yeah, it's pretty, so I was looking at this site here. And then this site here. This was the other one I was looking at. I was trying to get my bearings here. No, so okay, so here's LAX. That's what I was, okay. Then if I go straight over, where'd that grid, oh, there it goes. Just trying to get my bearings in there. I don't know these California grids that well. 374 miles. That sounds about right. Yep, this is definitely the wind down time. All right, James, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next time. All right, let's see. So that was an SO50 pass. There's probably this guy right here. Yep. This is that SO50 pass you were talking about right here. So for me, that was another, well, no, that was, oh, I lost it. I only keep them on the screen here for so long. That is a setting here in ISS detector. Right, so I keep them for 10 minutes. You can decide how long you want old passes to stay on your screen. So here's RS74S. This is one of the ones that I mentioned with a SSTV transmitter, right? This is a 70 centimeter SSTV transmitter. That's the Octopus one. And then here's the one, RS40S. We talked about this one earlier. This also has a 70 centimeter SSTV downlink. So I would suggest if you want to get some of those SSTV images, add that EmComm one, which is RS40S and RS74S. All right. Well, gang, do we have any other topics to hit tonight? What else do you guys want to touch on? We've had some good discussion tonight. This was a good one. Appreciate all you guys bringing topics, questions, and the like. It's what makes it fun. I think I've gone through everything that's on my desk that you guys would be interested in. Boy, I might have to clean this up before Monday. This is one of those weeks. I had a lot of time on my hands. Let me, oh, antenna. Okay. Thank you, Roger. Well, you were pretty patient there. Let's bring up Gigaparts. Now there are a number of elk antennas, or I'm sorry, arrow antennas is the one you asked about. And, you know, which one you choose is going to really depend on what radio you're going to be using and how you're going to be operating. Okay. Let me tell you what I mean by that. So, some of these antennas, you can see there's a bunch of them. Some of these antennas have a diplexer. Some of them do not. Okay. Some of them have a solid boom. Some of them have a split boom. So you have a few different choices. Okay. I'll show you the one I use, and I'll show you why I chose the one I have. I use this one right here. So this is the backpack edition. Okay, so it has a split boom. You can tell it's the backpack edition because of the BP here. Split boom meaning that the boom's actually in two different pieces, and you can take it apart. And when you pull all the elements off of the antenna, you break the boom down. This is the smallest package that you can make with an arrow antenna. Okay. So for me, I like to travel with my antennas. So being able to break it down is a benefit to me. So that's one decision. Do you want a split boom or not? Okay. The other thing you want to look at is, do you need a diplexer or not? So I primarily use this antenna. So first of all, I'm fortunate enough that I've got an elk antenna and an arrow antenna, and now I've got the ARRL satellite antenna as well. So I've got different options to use in different situations. Okay. If I'm trying to think how to cover this and make it as least confusing as possible. I select this one to use with my 2 radio setup. Okay, so I use this for linear birds, and I use one radio on 70 centimeters and one radio on 2 meters. Right, I use the 818, 817 pair. They are not full duplex. I need 2 radios to be able to hear and transmit at the same time. Okay, so it's beneficial for me. If I take a look at this, this has 2 feed points. It has a feed point right here. Can you guys see my pointer? Yeah, it's got a feed point right here for the 2 meter band. It's got a feed point right here for the 70 centimeter band. So that keeps things cleaner when I am setting up my my rig to do a pass. I've got one coax for each radio. Okay, there's no diplexer needed. Now, this is not convenient to work with the 2730 because the 2730 doesn't have 2 antenna feeds. It's a It's a log periodic. It's a very wide banded antenna, and it has a single antenna feed. So if I wanted to use this with my 2730, I would need to bring both of these feed points into a diplexer, right? Take two feed points into the diplexer, come out of the diplexer with a single coax cable that has both frequencies on it now, and plug that into the 2730. Okay, so it's a little bit more cumbersome. You have to have more cables, right? You have to have 3 cables instead of 2 cables, and you have to have a diplexer. Now, if you want, you can get this same radio with a diplexer. Is this one split boom? Yeah, so this is the exact same radio, except it has a built-in diplexer. They put a diplexer in the handle here. So it's got a 70 centimeter. Let's see if we can zoom in on this. So it's got a cable coming from 2 meters that goes into the handle. It's got a cable coming from 70 centimeters into the handle. And then out of the handle, you have a single coax feed. And now you could take that into your 2730 and this would work great. Okay. Now, if you wanted to use this with 2 radios, you would have to get that diplexer out of the way, connect different coax to these feed points and let this one hang, because you don't want to fish that out of there, if you know what I mean there. So hopefully all that makes sense. So what I do is I use the arrow antenna configured like this for my linear 2 radio setup. I use the ELK antenna for my 2730 FM work. So I hope all that makes sense. Now you can do some of the reverse stuff with the ELK. Right, this only has a single feed point. It's on the front of the antenna. Maybe one of these shows it better, right? This is the front of the antenna, single feed point. If you wanted to use this in a 2 radio setup, you would have to come out of this single coax connector, go into a diplexer and split that out into a 70 centimeter and 2 meter port, and then take both of those cables to your 2 radios, right? So that's not really convenient. So when people ask me if they're just getting started, usually you get started with FM satellites. The easiest setup is the ELK antenna with something like the 2730. That's the easiest way to get started. And that's usually my recommendation for folks. Right, it's one piece of coax that goes from this antenna into your radio. You're ready to roll. You don't have to worry about diplexers. Now, the other issue with diplexers is they're limited in the power capability, right? They can only take 10 watts. So that's another problem. You can only transmit with 10 watts. Not a lot of radios give you much option in terms of being able to transmit at a specific power, right? Usually you have a low, medium, high, and you can't change those. So low's usually like 5 watts, medium's like 15 watts or 20 watts or 25 watts, and then highs being 50. So if that, if you had a radio, even if you had the 2730 and you were trying to use this antenna with the diplexer, you could only operate that antenna or that radio at 5 watts. You couldn't even bump it up to 15 watts, which is what I recommend whenever you're working a very low angle pass and trying to get through trees and whatnot. So I use the ELK. The L5 is the model number. Let me find that again for you. L5 is the one you want to look for. They've got two versions of it. You'll find one that has a black boom and one that has a silver boom. I think one is called the L5B. This one's 137 ELK L5B, I believe it is. BB black. This one's a few more. This one's $10 more. So this one would come with a black boom. They don't have a good picture of it, but it would come with a black boom. For me, I don't know why anyone would spend the extra money to get a black boom. Just give me, I'll save the $12 and I'll use the one that's got the silver. That's fine. They work the same. Okay, so the ARRL one is kind of like the ARRL one. Excuse me. Here, let me, I'll show you. Let me find a picture for you. Hold on just one second. Now, we talked about this last week in a little more detail. So you might want to go back and look at last week's late shift to get some more detail on it. Let me see. That's not the one I want. All right. Here's the one I wanted. So it is, first of all, it's a dual frequency Yagi. All the elements are on the same plane. So that's a little different from the arrow, right? It's a dual frequency Yagi that has the two different bands, dual band Yagi with the two different bands cross polarized. These are all on the same plane. And it has a single driven element. It has a 2 meter driven element with a 70 centimeter parasitic element for 70 centimeters. So why is that important? It has a single feed point. It has a single physical feed point, which means it only has one piece of coax. So they give you this diplexer, and what you can do with it is you can take your single piece of coax that comes out of the handle. You can put it into this single combined side, and then you could run two pieces of coax, one for 2 meters, one for 70 centimeters, out to two different radios. So it's more like the arrow, except all the elements are on a single plane. This is still a 10 watt diplexer, so you still have the same limitation there. But this antenna is $100, right? If we go and look at this guy with a diplexer, it's $200, right? So you can do the same things with the one from the ARRL. You're going to spend $100 less. Now, in fairness, this one's going to have more gain on 70 centimeters. Is that going to make a difference for you? It might if you're working a 4-degree pass like we were talking about, but you know, you could skip the 4-degree pass and do the next 7 or 8-degree pass, right? It all depends on if you're okay spending $200 for an antenna or getting the job done for $100. So I hope all that makes sense, Roger. All righty. You are welcome, sir. All right. We still got some folks awake out there. Everybody still with us? See, we're dropping down. We're down to 30 viewers. 1:30 here, Texas time. What else do you guys have for tonight? Any other topics before I shut her down? Feels like we're hitting the end of the line tonight. It's been a good night, though. Lots of stuff going on. Number 9, 9:30 Hawaii. Oh, welcome Hawaii. See, this is what I love. I think this is so cool, right? Again, kind of like we were talking earlier, right? We start out, we have the East Coast audience. As it gets late on the East Coast, it's still pretty good time on the West Coast, even better in Hawaii. So we start to pick up different audiences. Aloha and welcome, Sammy. Good to have you here. Sorry, we're starting to run out of steam a little bit. We need a new topic. So if you've got a question or a topic, let me know. Yeah, that's right, Roger. PST passes the baton. It's like a relay race. Boy, I tell you, I think I have more tabs open tonight than I've had in a long time for the stream. Lots of different topics. Yeah, still a few of you hanging out there. How about the Meshtastic craze? Yeah, that's something we love to talk about for sure. We love to talk Meshtastic, Sammy. We haven't gotten into Meshtastic really tonight. Maybe I think next week, just to give you guys a preview for those who are hanging around, I think what I'd like to do next week is see if we can get people connected to the new MQTT server that I stood up. I had sent the information out to a couple of different folks to see if they could get connected, but I had not heard back. And it's been over the holidays, so I completely get it. I'm just checking here to see if maybe anything recent has popped up. This just looks like telemetry stuff, but I think that would be that'd be a good topic for us to work through. So I set up a private MQTT server. I've got it configured with a couple of different roles, and the idea here is to allow our community to chat over Meshtastic without the use of like a Discord or some other chat tool that's out there. I think a lot of people have Meshtastic, but not everybody's in an area where they've got a big footprint, where they've got a lot of nodes that they can communicate with. So if we set up a private MQTT server, then our community could all chat across Meshtastic, leveraging the internet. So just, yes, it's over the internet, but still, I think it's kind of a fun exercise. I think it's something pretty cool to do. Let's see. Zanavi put up a node in my window. 183 nodes seen over a week. Hey, that's awesome. Yeah, see, that's what my area is like here as well. We've got really strong participation in Meshtastic. Maybe too strong. To the point where I think we likely don't have consistent message delivery because of the size of the network. Let's see here. Yeah, so I currently, let's see. Well, I got to reboot this thing. We'll see how many nodes. I've got 195 nodes in my node list, but I don't know how many are active right now or online. So I'm going to find out. I'm going to reboot this and we'll look. All right, let's get connected. Let me bring this up so you guys can see it. Okay, let's see if this is going to play nice. All right, so let's see here. I just rebooted it. Oh, my phone's starting to bark. Down to 15%. So I've got one online. Let's just give it a little time here. We'll see what pops up. See how many nodes we can find. 128 shown, 195 total. If I look at the distance on most of these, let's see here. 3 hops away. I got a bunch of these. So these top 3 are mine. The top one's the one I'm connected to. I've got the low BBS running right here. If I can get that up. Got the low BBS running right here. Let's see. I've got an H2T over in the other room. Let's see. This next one's 3 hops away, 4 hops away, 6, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 6, 4, 2. So they're kind of all over the place. Haltom City, that's 15 miles away, showing 5 hops. Let's take a look here. See if we can get some stuff to start popping in. Not yet. This is a rack whiz mesh. So this is the one that's similar. What's this guy here? All right, so this is similar to the T1000E. This is the rack version of that. Not seeing much in the node map for some reason. All right, let's see if we had any other nodes show up yet. Not yet. That's interesting. I usually have a bunch of nodes available. This is all on long fast, right? If we look at the config, it's all on long fast. I do have this set up. This is connected to my MQTT server. See the little cloud right up here. So we are connected. Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on that a bit. Put it on the charger. But yeah, so I think next week we'll work at that. We'll use some different apps so we can see the messages go through the MQTT server, and we'll see if they're going through the server and if they are getting to the other nodes. I think that'll be a fun topic. We haven't done a Meshtastic topic in a bit. But yeah, I can get a bunch of you guys to try to connect to that server. Like I said, I've given the credentials out to a couple of folks, but I haven't gotten any feedback from them yet, and I haven't seen them connect yet either. Let me see here. Let me see if I've got. Yeah, I can show you guys this. Right, so this is an example of messages coming into the MQTT server. You can see they're encrypted, right? So you can see some of the information, kind of like header type information, but you can't see the message information. So we'll be able to use tools like that to see if messages are going through. All right. Yeah, so Sammy, lots of fun to be had with Meshtastic. I'm also playing with Meshcore, which is another LoRa-based networking solution. I'm trying to get some folks in my geography. We've probably got we've probably got, I don't know, 30 nodes that are on towers, at least 100 foot, in our county, across the entire county here in Texas. But they're all on Meshtastic, and our county has migrated to medium fast. So we moved away from long fast to medium fast. So if you want to operate on the county network, you're on medium fast. But still, I think we've got a density that we don't have consistent message delivery because of the routing protocol that's used in Meshtastic. So Meshcore has a different approach to routing, and so I think what we're seeing is, Sammy, you got 17 nodes. Cool. Which island are you on? I don't know that you mentioned, but I think what I'm seeing is Meshtastic is the right solution for ad hoc networks when you're in groups, and you want to stay communicated with the people in your group. Like, I think it's a fantastic solution. When we go to big Hamfests, we give everybody the configuration and we say, hey, look, configure your radio like this. That way everybody can stay connected, and it works great. But I think in a permanent install where you've got permanent infrastructure, Oahu, okay. Very cool. Whenever you've got permanent infrastructure, I think you can get better routing out of Meshcore and have more consistent message delivery over a geographic area when you've got nodes that you can rely on being there always, right? That are kind of in a stationary location, like up on a tower or something. But yeah, big fans of the technology altogether. Something I do want to play around with some more is Reticulum. That's another protocol that we can use on these same devices. That's what's great about these little devices, right? You can run so many different protocols on them, right? We've been running Meshtastic. We can run Meshcore. Some of them will run Reticulum. We've been running TinyGS on them, having a lot of fun with that. There's just so much you can do with these little single board computers, these little ESP32s or NRFs. It's just, super cool. Those NRF 5284 boards are pretty amazing as well. It's all good stuff. Yep. Yeah, I think that's it, Sammy. And it's, the thing that's cool is, they don't need to compete. It doesn't have to be, hey, I think Meshcore is better, or I think Meshtastic is better. I think you just use the right tool for the job, right? If I don't see a time where, kind of on the path that Meshcore and Meshtastic is taking, where we're gonna, before Hamfest, we're gonna say, okay, everybody run Meshcore, and we'll see how it works, because we're creating an ad hoc network, and Meshtastic is better at ad hoc networks. I mean, you got to play to the strength of the technology. I think it's unfortunate whenever You get different groups that are, you know, trying to say one's better than another or try to put one over another. I think you just have to recognize the strengths and weaknesses and use the right tool for the job. And I'm just grateful we've got all these different cool tools to play with. They all do something a little different. All right, let's see. Excellent. So Sammy or, boy, I hope I'm saying it right. Is it Zanova or Zanavi? Hope I'm saying it right. Have you guys got into the TinyGS craze? You want to talk about crazes? We've been having a lot of fun with something called TinyGS. You can use these same boards to play in that sandbox as well. If you've not checked that out, I recommend it. Again, it's you've already invested in the hardware. Here's just another way for you to take advantage of it. Yeah, TinyGS is pretty fun. It's pretty cool. Here, I'll give you a peek of it. Like I said, we've got a lot of folks here that already are familiar with it. But that's okay. All right, so tinygs.com, you can learn all about it here, but essentially you download a firmware that you flash to your LoRa board. Oh, I thought it was Flash, or is it? Maybe it's just Flash. What is it? I forget what it is now. It's all right. We'll come back to that. But here's what you can do with it. Again, it uses these same little Heltec or LilyGo type boards. ESP32 based boards is what it's looking for. But you can see there's tons and tons of stations out there all over the world. I'll pull mine up. Okay, this is my station. And if we look at the map here, they just did a big update to this website. As you can see here, I am in North Texas. I got to remember to put a control, right? You can see there's a bunch of other people that are running it here in Texas as well. And it's currently listening to a specific satellite here. That's what that line is. It's listening to this satellite. But it listens to the satellite and then it captures information. It captures packets. And you can, once you have this deployed, you flash this firmware onto your Heltec or your LilyGo board, put it out with an antenna on it, and it'll start collecting all this data. And then they put it into these cool dashboards so you can see what's going on. So here you can see over the last 30 days, all the, the various satellites I have collected data from. Puts them in a bar graph here. You can see this is a heat map. So you can see where the satellite was when it collected the information. Some cool stuff there, just telling you all about the different satellites. You can click on them to get more information. You can actually look at the packets that are being captured. You can look at the data that's being downloaded from the satellite. You can see the hex, you can see the raw parsed view, see telemetry, right? You can see some of the information that's collected through those packets. It's all pretty cool stuff. Let me see here. I think I'm going to have to use, yeah. Let me log in. That's just kind of the public view of my station. It's got some interesting quirks. You got to use Telegram to get a login link. I'm just copying it up here, so I grabbed the login link on my phone. All right, let me switch over here for just 1 second. All righty. Now, so this is the logged in view. And there's some additional information it'll show you. They've got some leaderboards here that show you how your station compares to all of the other stations across the globe. So I'm in for yesterday, so they do this based on yesterday's information. So yesterday's quote winners. If we scroll down here, overall I was in position 73 globally. And then if we look at each of the individual frequencies, here I ranked number 9 in the 435 megahertz category yesterday. So you can kind of see how each of these play out. So it's just kind of a neat way to see the information that your station can see and capture. This is also very cool. This shows you all of the different satellites that you have captured packets for. So I've captured packets for 71 of 96 total satellites that are in the system for 74% completion rate. And I have 60 of those satellites. I've had circumstances where I was the only one to capture a specific data packet for a particular satellite. So you can see 39 times I was the only person who captured and provided a specific data packet to the network. So that just gives you a high-level overview. Just kind of fun stuff. You can see what kind of coverage your station has at different frequencies. And like I said, right, this is worldwide. You've got people deploying these things worldwide. So it's hard to tell, but this is actually a global map. It's just just fully covered. So it's pretty cool. Like I said, if you're playing with Meshtastic, you probably already have a board that you can load this on. So if you're looking for something else to do, if you're like many of us, you know, you've got Meshtastic boards just coming out your ears. And so grab one and throw TinyGS on it. Oh yeah, you got to be able to put stuff up outside, ideally. I mean, depending on what the structure of your house is, you could probably, like, let me go back to before I put this outside, I put it on my windowsill for a while just to make sure it was working. Okay, now you might only get 100 packets or something in a day. You might not get 1,000 packets a day, right? But just find a windowsill in your house, set it on your windowsill, and you'll be surprised at how many packets you capture just on your windowsill. It's kind of cool. Yeah, they're not very big. They don't have to be very big at all. There's lots of different ways you can go about putting a station up. But yeah, you can look back through some of the older late shift live streams. We go into this, you know, we do a deeper dive on this, and we've been having a lot of fun with it. All right, folks. Well, we are rounding the 2 a.m. mark here in Central Texas. Nice work, gang. 5 hours, that's respectable. Congratulations, gang. Thanks for hanging in there. I think I am going to go ahead and shut her down, though. I want to be able to get out tomorrow. Got some chores I got to get knocked out, get some of the ranch chores done here. I got to get a little bit of hay tomorrow. Got to get the feed put away and make sure the goats are out. And then I'll be able to start working on that DX Commander antenna. So I'm really looking forward to that. Getting that thing back up and on the air. So, all right. I want to thank everybody for hanging out. Again, Happy New Year to all. Get out and practice some radio. Practice some radio. Work on your New Year's resolutions or your goals. And I look forward to seeing everybody next week, where we're going to talk some more about Meshtastic MQTT, I think. I think that's going to be my topic, unless something else more exciting pops up. But that's my backup topic, at least. You bet, Roger. Thanks for being out there. It's good to have you hanging with me. Sammy, nice to meet you. Zanavi, nice to meet you as well. You guys are welcome back anytime. We go every Friday from 9 p.m. Central to just about whenever we run out of steam. Tonight, I've run out of steam, so we're going to call it. But good to have you guys join, and looking forward to next week. So thank y'all. Appreciate you. And until next time, gang, 7-3.